Well, Gold Bond Eczema Relief relieves 5 frustrating symptoms of eczema. My skin's back.
If you can't shut down at bedtime, you're not alone. Get non-habit-forming Unisom to fall asleep fast. Unisom, a stressful day deserves
Well, happy 2016 to you, sorry. Well, happy 2016 to you, sorry. Alrighty, let's see. Kind of get comfortable here and get my coffee at the same time. Yes, we're investigating the final case. We're just doing the final case. I haven't done anything since last night. I was testing it, and I think I finally got it going. I'm hoping I'm got the stream going right. The gate's open. The final case. We can finally check out the second floor of the dorms. Which means I have to do it. This is the second floor of the dorms. It looks like some ancient ruins. Or no, it's more like a battlefield. Like a bomb blew up in here or something. Red bloodstains. Mikura Ikisabi. This room doesn't really feel like a student's room. It has a more adult atmosphere. It's the headmaster's private room. Kyoko. I've been through the room several times already, but I still have one little regret. So I decided to check it out one more time. Huh? A regret? Kyoko look almost meek right now. She must be thinking about something that probably shouldn't bother her. Okay. There's a PC on the desk. It must have belonged to the headmaster. Whoever used this last, it looks like they were very interested in the ultimate despair. The PC still has some search results left on it. Then we might be able to get some info on the ultimate despair. That's not much though. Nothing we don't already know. The ultimate despair isn't one individual, but instead points to a kind of group. That group is responsible for the tragedy, which happened 1 year ago. The worst sort of people whose driving force comes from despair. And that's all there is. Not much to it, is there? But I guess that's the best he could do as complete Kiguri. I can't even say her name right, man. I know it, but I cannot say it. Failure. But any information about the mastermind is helpful, right? Oh, by the way, yeah. Oh, I gotta fix that again. Crap claims. Yeah, my bot died, and I lost all information on. If I can type right. Alright, there you go. Uh, it when I had whatever I did yesterday, I lost the information. Uh, the bot got wiped out completely. So what I did was all my regulars, people that showed up, I went ahead and gave them the 200 hours. And try it now. It's just gonna be that way. We'll deal with it. It'll be alright. Appreciate whatever information we can get on our hands on. I see. That's a good outlook to have. The ultimate despair has been added to the truth bullet section. Yeah, I'll have to add. I forgot to add myself like a dummy. Huh? Huh? There's a strange gap in the wall. Is it some kind of design mistake or a construction defect or something? There's a gap here, but not just any normal gap. I can feel a breeze coming. A breeze? There's likely open space on the other side of this wall. Open space, does that mean? You mean like a hidden room? I think I might know how to open it. You know how to open it? Did you figure out some kind of trick or something? A very easy trick, yes. So easy, I'm not sure you can even call it a trick. I saw a program on the PC that I think controls it. Enter the right password and the door should open right up. But I don't have a clue what the password might be. All we know is probably made up letters or numbers. We can't really go from there. You're right. That's not nearly enough to go on. I looked through all his papers and all the files on the PC, everything I could think of. Learned more about him than I had any desire to, but nothing that might have been his password. When I think how much time I wasted on this. Jeez. There's a hidden room she couldn't get into. That's what she meant by regret. I think we can assume that there must be some kind of clue waiting in there. But maybe for her, there's more to it than that. Anyways, we want to get in there. We need to figure out the password. And if Kyoko can't figure it out, no way do I stand a chance. No, wait. There might be a chance. The password could be something Kyoko wouldn't have thought of, or something she didn't want to think of. For example, what about your name? Huh? Oh, sorry. I was just trying to think of what the password might be. I'm sure she hasn't tried it. I mean, it's totally understandable. After the way she talked about her dad, the idea that he would use her name as his password. Knowing how she is, I bet the idea never even occurred to her. Do you mind if I try, just to be sure? It's not like you need my permission. If you want to try it, try it. Do whatever you want. Okay. You know, I'm glad I thought of trying Kyoko's name, but if that's not it, that might just hurt Kyoko even more. If you're worried about me, Makoto, don't be. I already know that your guess is wrong. Okay. In that case, here goes nothing. I collected myself and turned to face the computer monitor. Let me just type the password here. I typed her full name, Kyoka Kagiri. My hands were tense, slightly trembling as I finished typing it in. Beep. What? That did it. Kyoka, it worked. Why? Kyoka? Without looking at me, she disappeared in the hidden room. She looked grim. Kyoko? Hey, Kyoko? I might as well not even been in that room. Her gaze was fixed on only one thing. A present? Wrapped and covered with such joy. That's what made it so unusual. The brightly ribbon color box here, it seems totally out of place in here. The more I look at it, the more suspicious I get. Should we open it? I'm getting tired of a bad vibe from it. But I mean, we can't not open it. Okay. Be careful, Makoto. Why, you think it's dangerous? No, not dangerous. But surprisingly, probably. Huh? If it is what I think it is, at the very least, it's something you'd be happy to see. Wait, so you know what's in there? Just don't scream or anything, okay? Are you saying it's something that make me want to scream? Okay, I'm just gonna open it. The step by heavy step, I approached the box. I took a deep breath and then took a hold of the lid. Slowly, ever so slowly, I lifted it up. The light began to sneak its way into the box. I stole a hesitant glance inside and... God. Koko's voice was no use. I let out a trembling cry. What was in the box? It was bones. Human bones. It was the last thing I expected to find in such a bright, joyful box. I mean, who could have possibly imagined? Just as I thought. What? Just as you thought. How could you have known that? I mean, there were bones in there. Human bones. Well, it's not that I was thinking of the bones specifically. I just had a feeling it would be his body. It's pretty much the same thing. A dead guy is in a box. My father. What about him? What you found in the box? Those bones? That body? That's my father. Or at least what's left of him. Are you serious? This is Kyoka's dad? The same man she's been searching for? What? Alright, man, you take care and I'll see you around, man. Hold on, how can you know that for sure? How do you know that's him? Well, this is getting interesting for sure. And this is an issue that can be settled with the theories. The picture doesn't change the fact of what happened, what I went through. The problem can't be solved so easily. You're right, I'm sorry. Once I got myself under control, I returned to the investigation immediately. So please, just give me some time to myself. Okay, I understand. Then I'll see you later. And with that, we leave the room. Is it really okay? Coca, it must have been a complete shock to her. I know, it was a shock to me. To find out what happened to the headmaster. There's no doubt the mastermind performed that evil deed. They killed the headmaster, killed Kyoko's father. They killed him. The headmaster is dead. The one leading the Hope's Peak staff, the one who finalized the plan to isolate you, was the Hope's Peak headmaster. So the same person may very well be the mastermind who planned all this out. And according to the files, the headmaster is a man in his late 30s. Seems possible, even likely, that he's somewhere in the school right now. But we were wrong about that. The headmaster wasn't the mastermind, which means the mastermind's true identity is a very polarizing approach. I know, but okay, enough puns. Anyways, here's a hint. I'm sure I told you this already, but the skilling game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students. The only people to take a single step in Hope Peak Academy since the killing game began are those 16 students. 15 of us met in a small hallway. Add a Makiro to the mix, you get 16. And including me, only 6 of us are still alive. Everyone else is dead. Even Makuru. Even she undeniably dead. So the ones still left alive are me, Byakuya, Hiro, Toko, Hina, and Kyoka. Only those 6 people are still alive. Then there's no question. Wait, no, that cannot be. I refuse to believe it. There has to be some other way. There has to be. Ooh. Zoom. Must have been for the high school students who came before us. The class before ours must have used these lockers. I wonder if I can open this locker. Rattle, rattle, rattle. Nope, locked. Ah, the card reader is installed on the door. This must be how you get the locker open. After all, it's pretty similar to the card readers from the locker room on the 2nd floor of the school. You have to use your e-handbags to open those up. Does that mean? Let's give it a try. I took out my handbook and ran it across the card reader. And then, no luck. Maybe only a locker's owner can open it, which means none of us can do it. But wait, what about the emergency handbooks I found in the headmaster hidden room? Okay, let's give it one more try. I took the emergency handbook and ran across the card reader and beep. Alright, just what I was hoping for. And let's see what we got inside. I don't see anything that might be a clue. I took the emergency helmet and ran across the reader. Beep. It looks like the locker open. Now let's see what's inside. Nope. Don't see anything that could be a clue. Beep. This is particular. This thing is particularly empty. There's one thing, some kind of pocketbook. I don't see a name written on it, so I can't say for sure whose this is. And there's something written inside. It could be important. Don't like violating the owner's privacy, but I better take a look. It looks like a girl's handwriting. Now the letters are spaced out evenly, like whoever wrote them were measuring them. Whoever wrote this must have been really metaclock. That's a weird word. Huh? I was flipping through the pages, but my hand froze when I got to a certain page. I saw something familiar written there. Words I heard before. There's a plan to turn Hope's Peak into a shelter and isolate the students here in a communal life. I decided to talk to the one who came up with the plan directly. It just happened to be the headmaster and my father. He was willing to give me some more details regarding the plan, and here's what he said. The point is to keep our students' prodigies safe, to keep them as our hope for the future. Only their genius can overcome disaster, and only their hope can overcome despair. For the future of our country, our world, it's not an exaggeration to call this our final hope. We must isolate our superior youth from the corrupted world to serve as a foundation for a new era. This is the only hope we have. I hope that you'll be willing to go along with this plan. So that's what my father had to say to me. As usual, he made a selfish decision without consulting anyone else. I can't imagine a worse father. This can't be true, can it? But I knew it was, and I knew exactly who that pocketbook belonged to. Kyoko. It couldn't be anyone else. But if this belonged to Kyoko, what was it doing in this locker? And what she wrote here completely contradicts what she already told me. Says she hasn't seen her father since he left when she was little. Well, interesting. Let's decide to talk to one who came up with the plan directly. It happened to be the headmaster and my father. Blah blah blah. I already said that. What does this all mean? I quickly scanned the remaining pages of the book. I must have been looking for something that would prove me wrong, but this whole thing, when I reached the last page, the question mark spinning through my head just started spinning that much faster. When I looked at it, unlike the rest of the pocketbook, the writing here was messy and disorganized and scrawling. What is this? What does this mean? I have no idea. How could this possibly make any sense? Locker room pocketbook. This locker is totally disorganized. Whoever it belongs to probably has organization problems in every part of their life. This is a crystal ball. Huh? A crystal ball? No, it can't be. There's no way he ever used this locker. It's just not possible. Is this a deck of playing cards? No, they're tarot cards. But wait, aren't those used for telling fortunes? It's just right. I can't even say that word. There's all kinds of textbooks and notebooks stacked up here in no particular order, but dust everywhere. I have to assume whoever stuffed this is didn't do a lot of studying. Not that I can really talk. Trying to act as casual and natural as possible. I picked one of the notebooks and I saw, but the moment I looked inside the handbook and sensed an uneasiness I may have had evaporated. What? There was no denying what I saw. Inside the notebook was written, Yasuhiro Hakukuri. This is our hero? The notebook contains a large number of notes and a variety of different classes, which means he attended class here. No, that can't be possible. I mean, Hiro came to the school at the same time as the rest of us. And we're all sucked into this evil world. We never had a chance to take any classes. So what is this notebook? The more I see, the less sense it makes. But these lockers, I mean, they had to belong to the previous students, right? So why am I seeing this? Why are these things in the locker that looks like they belong to the people here? A notebook that seems to belong to Hiro. A pocketbook that seems to belong to Kyoka. There has to be some kind of explanation. But if I want to find out, I have to keep moving and investigate the investigation forward. Not to believe in everyone. I don't think I ever see anything else in here. Is that what you're doing here? Yeah, I can't help but wonder about the Monokuma door. So I figured, if all the doors in the schools have been locked, that one should be open too, right? Although, I couldn't bring myself to open it. Because it might explode, right? Like, that really sucked, so you open it. I'm sure she didn't mean it, but she made it sound like she was okay with me getting blown up. Okay, I guess I'll open it. Oh wait, let me get cover. Take cover first. I don't want to get exploded. I'm gonna race over to a nearby desk and hit underneath it. Okay, go ahead. Everything will be okay, right? Alright, here goes nothing. I threw all my weight into it, but the door opened much easier than I expected. There was no explosion, thankfully. My first impression was, whoa, this place is total sci-fi. Yeah, I was kind of thinking that same thing. What is this device? It looks like some kind of control panel. It really over the top though, like some kind of military installation or something. Yeah, it's kind of like a mech cockpit, right? Hufumi would probably freak out if he saw it. Cockpit. So the Monokuma room has a control panel that looks like some kind of cockpit. Then could that mean... Alright, let's start poking at it or whatever. I'm gonna start pushing button. Hold on. You can't just... or whatever, something like that. But it was too late. Hina was already jabbing away at the control panels. Huh? Did you hear that? I think it came from the other room. Hina, what did you push? I'm not totally sure, but I think it was the one that, the button that says Data Center. Data Center? It's took a good look at the control panel. I saw a bunch of buttons each with the name of the room next to it. And just like Kina said, there was one labeled Data Center. This must be where she pushed. But the Data Center, that's right next door. The room we were just in. That's where the strange noise came from. I'll probably better go check it out. Yes, please. I'm kind of scared out of my mind right now. So I just cheer you on from over here. Some kind of had something for her. Right now I need to go check out the Data Center. Wow, my camera just totally gone bunkers. Let's see if I can get this camera to work. There we go. Did I hear what I think I heard? Is that a Monokuma? Hey. Grah! Grah, give me all your donuts. Is that you, Hina? What? Aw, man, busted. How did you know? Anyway, what is this? Some kind of remote control camera kind of setup? You don't even know what you're controlling. Well, I mean, I can't really see anything from in here. Ah, guess what I found? A self-destruct button. Whatever you do, don't push it. Aw, man. Were you seriously gonna push it? Anyways, I guess that settles it. The room with the Monokuma drawing on it and the control panel inside. Whoa, Makoto, what the heck was that just now? Monokuma. Huh? What do you mean? Whatever you were controlling just now, it was a Monokuma. Monokuma? What? For real? Yep, looks like the panel definitely controls the Monokuma. Which means the mastermind has been controlling Monokuma from this room. Yeah, they were definitely in here. The mastermind had been controlling Monokuma from this room. And this control room is totally separate from the data center area with all the monitors. In other words, maybe the mastermind cannot monitor us and control Monokuma at the same time. Kyoko's theory was right. But if the mastermind's been controlling Monokuma from here, that means they've been inside the school this whole time, right? I guess that would have to be true. But if that is true, then the mastermind Monokuma puppeteer really is the 16th student. No, it can't be. There's no way, right? What's wrong, Makoto? I don't like the face you're making. Oh no, it's nothing. Okay. What about you? Is everything okay? Well, it's just... This is where the mastermind's been hiding, right? Who knows if they set up traps or something. Can't say it is impossible. But I really hope it's not true. So, like, you want to leave soon? There's still a lot of other places to check out. Yep, good point. We can't waste our time standing around here. Okay, you want to get going? Yeah. Leave the area. Click. As soon as the door to the data center was closed, I heard a strange sound. What was that? The door. It just locked on its own. What? Man shoot to grab the doorknob. Rattle, rattle. You're right. It's locked, but why? Of course it's locked because the data center is now restricted. Monokuma. Hey, that's no fair. You can't just go around restricting whatever you feel like it. It's for your benefit. Because if that room stays open, I won't be able to move around. And imagine how depressed everybody would get if the school mascot just up and stopped moving. Then that room, as you may guess, that's where my controls are. So right now you're being operated by someone in that room. Correctamundo. But that doesn't make any sense. We're just in there and we didn't see anyone. Oh, you didn't, did you? Boo-hoo-hoo. Are you sure you were as thorough as you could have been? Did you happen to check a certain suspicious hatch? No way. The hatch on the floor. Boo-hoo-hoo. Too bad. That was your one big chance, and you blew it. Of course, that hatch couldn't be opened from the outside anyway, so whatever. Now then, this room is officially restricted, so no more investigating. I'll be relying on you guys to tell the others. Peace. He's gone, but was he telling the truth? The mastermind was hidden in there somewhere? In fact, if you think back to when we got locked out of the control room, that proves it for sure. Then when I said we should leave, well, that hatch couldn't be opened from the outside anyways, right? So it's not your fault. Okay. Anyways, we don't have to let it get to us. We have to stay positive and make sure and make the most of the time we have left. You're right. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's keeping my body moving. Okay, I'm gonna go run around and tell everyone what we found here. Nice. You got all motivated again. Okay, I'm out. See you later. And it took off at a full sprint. And I have to do what I came to do. And that's the only way forward. Alrighty, let's see what we got here. This is the headmaster's room. Heard an awful lot about it, but this is be my first time seeing it for sure. Makoto. Oh, Byakuya. Well, you came to the right place this time. Would you like to see something interesting? Oh, I forgot to hit that. What do you mean, something interesting? Take a look at this. It was on the top of that particular obsidious desk. Class 78 student registry. Containing profiles on all of us and Mikuru. Apparent Class 78 refers to us. Wait, we found Makuru's profile in Kyoko's room. That's right. It's also mentioned Class 78. This must be where Kyoto got that page. Since the rest of our profiles are listed in here, along with hers, there can be no doubt Mikuru was a student here at Havoc Academy, just like the rest of us. Mikuru is the 16th student. And this be how Kyoko learned about it. But it seems like Kyoko was in a hurry. Huh? What do you mean? I'm talking about when she stole it. The uneven tearing, the way the paper had been crumbled. She must have been in a hurry. Well, since she snuck in to get it, I'm sure she wanted to get out as fast as possible. And what's your point? She was in such a hurry that she only got the first page. The first page. Correct. Mercurio's profile actually contains 2 pages. What? When it comes to this profile, there was more information about Mercurio that we didn't still have. What kind of information is it? Why do you ask me to explain every little thing? You can read, can't you? It seems to be a certain detailed report put together by the headmaster himself. I don't know what kind of man he was, but I'm glad he left us such an interesting clue. I was half listening to Byakuya as I skimmed through the report. Mercurio appears suddenly, and in the background an entity floats close, but this just out of reach. The entity known as the Ultimate Despair. Right now, I can't be sure if this is a single person or some kind of group. But whatever it is, Mercurius definitely has some sort of connection to it. I have a bad feeling all about this. I need to push forward with my research into the Ultimate Despair. And I need to pay attention to Mercurius' behavior too. This is just my gut feeling, but I think she's dangerous. Despite the countless battles she must have gone through, the member of Führer, when she entered Hope's Peak, she didn't display any sign of battle wounds or scars. That fact alone proves her tremendous skills in battle. Naturally, I want to believe in her. She's one of my students after all. But if I decide she is dangerous to the other students, I will be forced to take all reasonable measures. Mercurio was part of the Ultimate Despair. I don't think there can be no doubt about it now. But wouldn't that mean Mercurio and the Mastermind were allies? So why? Why would they kill Mercurio? Plus, even the headmaster seemed to be afraid of what Mercurio was capable of. They would have to take her completely by surprise to kill her like that. Or maybe it seems the Mastermind is even stronger than Mercurio was. What's wrong, Makoto? Huh? You seem to be lost in thought, but I should probably point out one other thing. There's another important bit of information within the file that you should note. What is it? Did you notice a picture in there? Picture of a girl perhaps you've never seen before. A girl who seems to be included as part of our class 78. That should be enough for you to figure out who the girl is. And further information about that girl is included in the file. 5 foot, 7 inches, 97 pounds, and even lists her vitals, 31, 22, 32. Well, what do you think? What do I think? You're asking me like if she has a nice body. You're a hopeless idiot. What I'm trying to tell you is maybe you want to keep that in mind for later. Maybe you'll make your way to the corpse, and maybe you'll think, oh, could that mean... Wait, is he trying to say there's a chance that body isn't actually Mercurio? Is that what he's saying? Personally, what I'm thinking seems all but impossible, but it wouldn't hurt to confirm it, right? That's all I was trying to say. What do you do with that information is your business. So I'm back to being Byakuya, errand boy. Oh, and one last thing. It's a bit of advice for me to use, so I suggest you pay attention. Advice for me? You seem to be getting along with Hyoka quite well. It's not like we're getting along, she's just done a lot to help me. Well, don't put too much faith in her. Huh? The cost of that faith might be more than you can afford. What are you saying? Just what I think. Call it a hunch. A hunch? But my hunches tend to be proven right. The advice is free this time. Take it or don't, as you will. I keep that in mind. Thanks. Um, huh? It's gone. Makura's body. It's not here. Maybe the body's hidden inside the tool shed. I better check just to be sure. Didn't find anything even close to that dead body. But if it's not here, then it must be. I have no idea where. But the corpse aren't the only thing I need to check in here. There's one other thing. That tarp. That tarp played a key role in another case, so I better look into it. Killer used the tarp to keep the sprinklers from getting the body wet. Which means the killer might have left some clue behind here. Huh? I didn't notice this before, but there's a small stamp on the one corner of the tarp. It says Biolab. Then this originally came from the Biolab. Nice. That's all I need to check in here. But where could her body have gone? Better start looking for it. Oh, Toko. So this is where you were. What do you want? Am I so disgusting you want me out of your sight? No, that's not it at all. Just thought maybe you'd find a clue. Well, I haven't. Didn't find anything, not one single clue. I figured since this place was related to the case, we would have something right. But there wasn't anything out of the ordinary here. Give it back. Give me back my precious time. Calm down, Toko. Don't tell me to calm down. Do you have any idea what I'm going through right now? When everyone's finding out, they're going to call me useless, good for nothing. Nobody's going to say that. Master will. I'm not sure I can disagree with that. I don't want that. I'm sick of always being looked down on. Why won't anyone accept me? Well, I don't think there's any clues here, so maybe I'm going to go going. Yeah, we're going to leave. Raw. Well, here I am in the biolab. So cold. It's like abnormal cold. I feel like I'm a giant refrigerator. Seriously, why is it so cold? There's a stack of tarps here. I've been seeing a lot of those things lately. What's so cold? Why is it cold in here? That's the first thing I need to figure out. Some kind of weird machines or something built into the wall. On the left side, there's a bunch of glowing blue lights. On the other side, there's some kind of weird machine or something built in the wall. Something like this before. I've seen these things in horror movies and stuff. It's a fridge for storing dead bodies. Does this mean the biolab is actually a morgue? I should probably take a closer look around. This looks like an instruction manual. We can offer an eco-friendly alternate by standard dry ice for all your cadaver needs. In addition to the genocide lamp, so we provide an Uzi generator to removal of ethylene gas. Simply insert the cadaver, and the blue light will let you know that automated system has activated. Temperature and humidity levels will be adjusted automatically for optimal settings. With our system, anyone can keep a body fresh as a daisy for as long as you need. In a light bit of a problem, the red light will activate and an alarm will sound immediately. The external is stainless steel, and we do offer an optional leather upholstery upgrade package. This is an instruction manual for the fridge. And to do that, I have to continue my investigation. I don't have any other options. Since Mercurial body disappeared from the garden, could it be in here? I need to check. I have no idea how to open this thing. What? Now he wants to give us a hint? It's suspicious. There's no doubt about that. This could be a trap. It's a trap after all. But even knowing that, he said go to the gym, right? Oh, hey, hero. Makoto. Why you act so surprised? Oh, no reason. Here Makoto's announcement. Monokuma's announcement, right? Are you here to find out what he has to say? I just did, actually. I'm on my way out. You already talked to him. What'd he say? Listen, sorry, but I gotta go. Hero, wait. There was no point in trying to stop him. He ran off like a frightening animal. Hero? It was like he was trying to avoid me. I was hoping to talk to him about the notes I found in the locker. He has been hiding something this whole time. Hello, welcome, welcome. Hello. Are you ready for your final hint? Well, if it happens to be in the envelope on the ground in front of you. The envelope. This must be the envelope. Pew-pew. And just so you know, I won't be answering any question about what you find inside. What? No way. Just get on with it. Monokuma's scripted words didn't make me feel any better, but I picked up the envelope and opened it. And what I found was a single photograph. It featured a bunch of faces I recognized extremely well. It was everyone who came to Hope's Peak at the same time as me. Wait, but there's someone behind Sakia. She's the only person I don't recognize. Wait, that's not true. I do recognize her. That's right. When Myokia and I were in the headmaster's room, we looked at the profile. Makiru Igusabe. Then this girl is... Wait, why? Why is Makiru here with everyone else? And even more than that, just having everyone here pose like this is weird enough by itself. We're all wearing matching uniforms. I don't remember anything like this. And now that I'm looking at it, it's not even everyone. I'm not in this picture. The only one not there, the picture has all 15 other servants, but not me. But I guess that makes sense. After all, I don't remember ever taking a picture like this. I went to junior high school with Sakia, but the first time I met everyone else was when I arrived here at Hope's Peak Academy. So it's naturally for me not to be in this place. But what definitely is unnatural is that everyone else is in the picture. I thought everyone was like me and didn't know each other till they got here. And if this picture is real, then could it be everyone else and just me? Everyone here except me is... Yoo-hoo! How long are you gonna keep up this rambling silhouette of yours, Hamlet? You're kinda getting in the way standing there, you know. I mean, get out of it. But I told you, I'm not fielding any questions. What kind of mystery would this be if I gave you all the answers? That'd be totally out of the left field. I guess that means he's done talking. Damn it. Group photo. Still in the end, all I found in the gym was even more confusion. And with that confusion in hand, I left the gym dejected. How does that count as a hint? It just made me even more confused. Is that what Monokuma was going for? Did he just put together a fake photo just to confuse me? And it looked so real and full of life. How could anyone fake that? Which means everyone but me. Maybe I should just ask everyone directly. That should clear all this up. No, I have to clear all this up. Hey, Prime Laser, how you doing, man? Hey, Prime Laser, how you doing, man? I ain't seen you in a while. You been okay? You have a good New Year's? That's good, that's good. Well, investigating this here. See where else we gotta go. Let's go into the garden. Hey, hero! Gah! Makoto! What's going on with you? Every time I see you, you freak out like this. No, No, sorry, but I'm in a big hurry. Once again, he ran off with a terrifying rabbit. Yo, what's wrong? Still wasn't able to talk to him about the notebook I found. It was like he was avoiding me. Like he was afraid of me. Why? Go talk to Toku. See what she says. Decided to visit the biolab once more. And the first time I saw when I got there was her passed out again. Huh, Toku? Toku, are you okay? No. No, she's not dead, is she? What? It's cold. It's super cold. It's so cold I think I might catch a cold. If you keep taking naps in a place like this, I'm sure you will. What? I was asleep? I must have fainted again. I bet you were standing there staring at me and getting all excited, weren't you? No, I wasn't. Oh, then what? Hot and bothered, straight up horny. Okay. So why did you pass out? I don't know. Last thing I remember was me walking up just now and what do you do to Miss Moroso? Oh, that's right. Your memory stops and starts each time you switch. Bingo bazinga! We share some basic knowledge, but our memories are very much separate. And don't say it like that. It's a bad thing. It's kind of a blessing as far as I'm concerned. Because even if she forgets something, I totally remember. And it's like double the memory. No, it's more like half. But all I want to know right now is, where's my little darling? Tell me now, or I slit your throat. I don't know. I'm sure Miyake's around somewhere doing his own investigation. By himself. I assume so. I knew it. I totally knew it. I'm totally pro when it comes to all things master. Yeah. Toko shot off with an eerie laughter echoed behind her. And I totally forgot to ask her about that picture. Well, there's no point asking Genocide Jack anything. Besides, I have more important things to do right now. Why did Toko faint? There's gotta be a reason for it. The fridge, it's open. I'm sure they were all shut tight last time I was here. That must be why she passed out. She faints so easily. Kyoko. It's getting late, isn't it? Are you okay? I'm sorry if I made you worry. No, you don't have to apologize. But listen, about this room. Oh yeah, it's a morgue. Yeah, I expected as much. And Toko must have looked inside the fridge, seeing what was in there, and well, there you have it. He knew she'd faint. I was on my way here when Genocide Jack came running to ask me. I assumed she must have sneezed, but once I got inside, the real reason came clear. Imagine she came here to investigate, and when she opened the slot there, then when she saw the body inside and dropped like a bag of rocks. Why has everyone got to be so difficult with her? Anyways, we should close it up. Don't want to leave it hanging open like that. Yeah, good idea. Give me a hand with this. Kyoko approached the fridge, hand stretched out, but suddenly she stopped. What's wrong? Maybe we should wait a second before closing it. How come? Because Makuro's body is in here. Hey, Kyoko, how you doing? Sorry. We're just investigating still. Makuro's corpse? Makuro's body is inside the fridge. Just like every other time. The mastermind probably brought it up in here while we were in the class trial. The mastermind did it. Because they assumed we wouldn't be doing the class trial over again, I guess. You may be right. Either way, now I can finally get a good look at the body. Oh, that's right, Kyoko didn't get a chance to check the body during the investigation. I need to do my own examination of the corpse as soon as possible. I'm going to find a clue this time, and I'm going to grab the mastermind by the tail. Okay, so what should I do? Why don't you just wait over there, and I'll let you know as soon as I'm finished. Just wait over here, that's it. Should ask Goku about the group photo. After all, she's in it too. Don't let me interrupt your investigation, but I want to talk to you about something. What is it? It's about the announcement Monokuma made earlier. You mean the one with hint or something? I didn't take him up on the offer. Huh? Why not? The only reason he gave us a hint at this point would be to confuse us, to cloud our judgment. I can solve this mystery on my own without whatever hint he may have to offer. That's a good point. Which I could go back and do the same thing, but what's done is done, I guess. Standing here looking at her, I don't think she's hidden anything from me. Is she right? Did the mastermind forge those pictures as a trap to confuse us? That's gotta be it. There's no question and explanation. I want to check this tarp out again and see if it... Oh, that's the same one as I found in the garden tool shed. And if I remember that tarp, it had a stamp that says Biolab. And that tarp, that was used to help camouflage the murder in the garden. At some point, someone get into the Biolab and took it over there. Doo, doo, doo. Seems the blue light comes on when a slot is occupied. So when someone is in there, the blue light comes on. Looking around the number of lights there are, including Makuru, there are 9 in all. 9. 9 lights. Okay, Makoto, I'm done. Already? Geez, that was fast. Can do good work if they go slow. And that's the spirit. I make my report brief. So what did you find? Anything? I paid careful attention to the wounds and traced the blood. But it seems highly likely that the stomach wound, the blow to the back of the head was inflicted after death. Really? The burnt tissue made things a little difficult, but I'm completely confident in my findings. So that means neither of those were the fatal injuries, right? Then what was the fatal injury? Due to the explosion, the victim's identity is unknown. They were, however, dead before the blast. The victim had been stabbed in a single time with a knife, which completely through the body. They had also been struck in the head with an object about as thick as a metal pipe. The body was covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old. The only other option is those other wounds, but the file said they were old. Where does it say they're old? Huh? All the Makuna file says that they were inflicted several days ago. I guess I don't see the difference. Well, the difference is immense, considering the impression they gave. You seem to be equivalent several days old, which simply mean old. But that doesn't quite follow logically. Old wounds, it makes it sound like they've been there forever, like they're not related to the murder. Are you saying they are? Well, we all got the Monokuma file right after she was killed, right? So if the wounds were at least a few days old, there's no way they could have had anything to do with it. But if Makura herself wasn't killed within the last few days, what? Certainly you can allow it as one of the many possibilities, can't you? One of the many? The detective doesn't have supernatural powers. There's just no way to predict the answers from the beginning. Instead, an idle detective begins to imagine as many possible scenarios as they can. Envision these possibilities without prejudice, without bias, using only their logic and common sense. And then, as they investigate, they test what they found against each of those possibilities. And of course, me telling you this doesn't mean you'll be any good at detective work. And beyond using that to solve this particular mystery, you can keep it in mind for the future. So if there's anything else you'd like to know about the condition of the body now this time? Come to think of it, there was one thing. Earlier when I was looking at Makura's profile, it listed her height and weight. 5 foot 7 inches, 97 pound. Vitals were 31, 22, 32. Did I get all that right? You remembered all that? They are indeed consistent with the corpse. So then, and don't forget about the furrow tattoo. There's absolutely no mistake. And our victim in this case is without a doubt Makura Ikizabe. Is that all you wanted to ask? Yeah, I think so. Then it looks like we have no bigger business with Makura's body. Let's get going, and it's kind of chilly in here. Oh wait, so we're not going to put the body back? Do you think it's a good idea? Is it sad leaving it out like this? Sad. Did you forget? She was our enemy once. Part of the ultimate despair. But if she got killed, she's a victim, still a victim. Have you ever heard the phrase, you reap what you sow? Well, yeah, but still. You really are naive, you know that. Really quite appealing. But she could have abandoned me, but she decided to help me instead. So for someone like that, what does it mean to be naive? I think we're done all we can do here. Back to our separate investigation, yes? Oh, hold on. I still have one more thing to do. Something I need to talk to Coke about. I need to ask her about the pocketbook I found in the locker. Hey, Kyoko. I did have one last thing. I know I shouldn't, but I feel like I have to ask you. Go ahead then. Out with it. Have you really not seen your dad ever since you got here? What? What do you mean? Well, you know all those lockers on the second floor of the dorms? I do, yes. But to get in those lockers, you need the handbook of whoever's locker it belongs to. Actually, I managed to get them open using that emergency handbook. The one you found in the headmaster's hidden room. So, did you find anything worthwhile in the locker? I found a pocketbook, and after looking through it, I think it must be your pocketbook. What makes you say that? Like I said, only the locker owners should be able to get in it, right? Can't imagine those lockers belonging to any of us. After all, we only got access to that area just recently. What I'm saying is there's no way I could have had access to any of those lockers. But if I did have a pocketbook, why would it bother putting it in the locker? Everything you said makes perfect sense, but there was something written inside. It was about the headmaster, about your father. Could that mean that video is real too? Video. Makoto, I think everything is finally starting to fit together and reveal a cohesive picture. Although I'm afraid the picture might be worse than anything we could imagine. What are you talking about? I need to investigate those lockers right now. I need to confirm what you said with my own 2 eyes. Let me give you the headmaster's handbook. That way you can. That won't be necessary. If I'm right about this, I shouldn't have any problems opening the locker with my own handbook. After all, it would seem that it's my locker. Your locker. You watch this, it'll make all sense. A DVD. And it says Class 78, Urgent Interviews. I found it in the hidden room after you left. I don't have time to explain exactly what I think it means, so just watch it and see for yourself. I think you realize exactly what it means. You understand why you found my pocketbook in the place none of us have ever seen before. None of this makes sense right now. But I guess that means there's something important clue on this DVD. Interview DVD. Oh, and now it's my turn. Do you have a second to listen to me ramble? Ramble. So, as it turns out, the arrangement I made didn't stick. Which means is, I'm less and less sure of everything, even my own feelings. You talking about your dad, right? I could never find the answer to the question I wanted to ask for the rest of my life. And all because of the mastermind. But there's one thing I'm sure of. When it comes to the mastermind, there's no room in my heart for forgiveness. I swore to destroy the mastermind, and there's just one more reason to follow through on that. Kyoko's eyes burned with fire of determination. The determination to defeat the mastermind. It's strange to be confronted with his death and suddenly feel this way. Couldn't care less if my father had found happiness. So why is it? Why does it bother me so much to know how he suffered? It's ridiculous. There's no understanding it, I guess. She let a small laugh as she said it. But her smile was filled with sorrow. So that's it for my rambling. There's still much to do before I can consider my task complete. Yeah, you're right. But keep this in mind. There is only ever one absolutely truth. Whether that truth serves justice or suffering, whether it's the greatest truth or the worst. What do you mean? Even if the truth you uncover is filled with hopelessness, you still can't give up hope. Absolutely not, because all I can do is keep moving forward. That's pretty much all I'm good at, you know. Indeed. Sorry if that was strange. Anyways, I need to get going. I'll see you at the class trial. Leaving behind the final farewell, Kyoko was gone. Better get going myself. I got that DVD from Kyoko. I should hit the AV room to check it out. Kyoko said something helpless. Truth. No matter what happens, I won't lose hope. But even the worst truth is in the world, I can't afford to lose. No. Alright, we're going to take a short break here, and we'll be right back. Hello, Brandon. How you doing, man? Not much. Just enjoying the New Year's. Wow, my camera. Dining room. How you doing tonight? How's your New Year's going? How did your New Year night go? You go pretty good? No one came to your party? What? That's uncool. I would have came. If I was around nearby where you lived at, and you gave me an invitation, I would have came. So that's where you've been hiding. Listen, I was hoping to talk to you. Makoto. Sorry, gotta go. What? She ran off so fast I didn't even have time to ask her to stop. Hina? Why? Why don't you talk to me? Oh. Yes, Monokuma is already here. Oh, by the way, just so FYI, so you know, last night something happened to my computer, and my bot got messed up, and so everybody's point and information got lost. So I had to input everybody's points and stuff was messed. It was lost. Everybody's name. So I had to put everybody's name in last night. So I gave everybody roughly 2,000 points, and for my regular people that I don't know what was wrong. Something just happened to it. So, but my regular people like you and Sore and a few and Kyoko and anything and stuff like that. But I made y'all remnants of despair. Yep. This should be able to play the DVD just fine. Well then, I'll better take a look. I took the DVD Kyoko gave me and put it in the DVD player. Yeah, well, since it was error on my part, I went ahead and awarded everybody. Yeah, I made most of my regular people remnants of despair. Yeah, he's a remnant of despair too. Like I said, everybody had like I said, I lost all the information, so I just gave promoted y'all to remnants of despair and. Yeah, I know, but that's okay. He understands. He understands that was my fault, so I fixed everybody. I fixed everybody's up and everything. I think he said he had something like 3,000 points or something like that. I don't know, but anyways, I gave everybody 2,000 points. It said that was playing, but nothing appeared on screen. I stared into the black of the monitor. It must have been only a few seconds, but to me it felt like an eternity. And then all of a sudden, an image appeared. Sakia. took me a total surprise. Haven't seen Sakia in who knows how long, and there she was. The voice I heard was a man positioned on one side of the screen. It was like the voice of a middle-aged man. Sounded like he was trying to make a joke, but Sakia's tense face didn't move a single millimeter. There's a bad ending where Kyoka does die, and that's the bad ending. You could actually do that part and where yeah, it shows Kyoka dying, but that's the bad ending. But it resets it and everything, so you can pick the other decision if you want to continue. You want me to accept that? Saki was obvious at a total loss. Made total sense. Who would agree to spend the rest of your life in this school? I accept. What? As if on cue, that's where the video cut out. There was a lot I hadn't understood until now. But only this, I simply couldn't comprehend what I heard. Because I knew how much Sakia wanted to get out of here. I know how much she wanted to escape and pursue her dream with her friends again. She wanted that so bad she tried to frame me for murder. So why? Why would she say yes to living here for the rest of her life? As I sat there thinking about it, I noticed a sudden light. Another minute of video, that thought was finished, flashing back on screen. My eyes dart back to the screen. And if I was confused before, what I saw next pushed me right over the edge. Huh? What I saw was me. Impossible, undeniable me. Me and the headmaster were looking at each other. He and I were having what seemed like a fairly normal conversation. But the I in there and now had totally no memory of it. Had no memory of even meeting the headmaster, much less sitting down to talk to him like this. This can't be real. I said yes. The worst ending? I don't know. I really don't have a worst ending, really. No, actually I do. Mine would be Persona 3 FES, where I killed the, I killed Death.
No, actually I did. Mine would be Persona 3 FES, where I killed where I killed Death.
Well, the guy in Persona 3. Once again, the video cut out. From there, the video repeats the same scene again and again with the others. Byakuya. Toku. Hina. Everyone. They all said they would agree to live in this school forever. And then Kyoko. Her interview with him had been recorded just as clearly. Without doubt, she had met him. She sat down with the headmaster of Hope Peak Academy, her father. And when he asked her his question, she answered the same as everyone else. She accepted a life within the school. Just as Kyoko interview was wrapping up, the monitor suddenly went black. Huh? It wasn't just the monitor. The DVD player itself had apparently turned off. Which of course meant the DVD wasn't playing anymore. What the heck just happened? Oopsie, it looked like it broke. Out of service. What? It just so happened to break just now. Now then, when does it matter? Failure can strike anywhere, anytime. That's what failure is, right? Failure my ass. You cut the power on purpose. Well, whatever. Even though I watched the whole thing, just be more of the same. He asked them the question, and they all said yes. I couldn't help myself and let out a huge, frustrating sigh, but as I did, I remember something. I fainted too, and when I woke up, I noticed a strange feeling of separation within myself. I disconnected. Think back on it now. At that point, my memory was gone. At that point, I'd forgotten. I couldn't remember why I came to the school, and I couldn't remember why my ultimate ability was. What could make you forget all that? Strange, isn't it? It's hard to imagine it happened by chance. It seems more too convenient. Convenient outcome. Something that seems too obvious to work in the favor of the mastermind. So does that mean I lost my memory too? What about the others? Have we all forgotten? Oh. Interview DVD. Oh, I sure did. Huh. How to fix that. Alright, I think I spelled it right. Let me make sure. Yeah, that's it. Alright. Alrighty, class trial. It's about to begin again. The class trial is going to start. The final class trial. The last time all our lives will be on the line. The last time hope and despair are on the line. I don't have a choice. I have to do this. Okay then. This is the end. I guess I'm the first one this time. You're early, Makoto. Does that mean you feel prepared? Yeah, for now at least. But where's everyone else? Why aren't they here yet? Don't worry, I'm sure they'll be here soon. Just like she said. Byakuya. Byakuya. They arrived one after another. But they were all the same state of shock. Hina? Hero? Silence. And it wasn't any normal silence. It was a deafening silence of fear and suspicion. It was like the first class trial. Aha! Well, a strong silent master is so wonderful, so cool, so hot. My loins are ablaze. Now listen, everyone. Everything will be just fine if you leave it to me. With my sharp scissors in hand, I'll stab and gouge and sheathe the master of evil. But I thought you couldn't kill anyone but adorable little boys. If it's what master wants, it can be a boy, girl, or anything in between. I can handle it. That's you. Where am I? No human language can describe the disappointment I'm feeling right now. Yoo-hoo-hoo! Is everyone here? Oh, we're in our gloomy Gus face, I see. Okay, well then, let's begin. The final class trial is going to be slathering in pitch black despair, maximum sorrow. You're right. This is the final class trial, and this time, it'll be fair. What do you mean this time? Start with all the slander. I'm a bear in good standings, you know. If there was a fair guy universe contest, I'll take home the tiara every year. I'm gonna win this game super fair and square. And I make sure everyone watch at home knows that despair is mightier than the hope. Enough of your tedious drive. Begin the trial already. Sure, let's begin the trial already. I'll be waiting for you down below. And don't try to run away. Ha 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 ha. Laughing as loud as ever, Monokuma disappeared. Whatever. This will be over in no time. With an inspector competence, Byakuya was the first into the elevator. One by one, the others followed. Nobody made eye contact. Nobody said a word. They just disappeared into the elevator. They're all acting odd. Like they're paranoid, suspicious of each other. But you know why that is, don't you? Yeah, I think so. Well, you can tell us all about it soon. At the class trial. You're right. I'm ready. Ready to win, right? Of course. I'm glad to hear you say that. And then Kyoko was aboard the elevator. I started making my own way towards the opening. Step after step towards the gaping maw. I resolved that this would be the last time. I repeat to myself there was no fear, no mystery left. I pushed the anxiety down and calmed my trembling body. And finally, on steady legs, I passed the threshold and stood in the elevator. Without a warning, it began to descend. Deeper and deeper. Deeper and deeper still. Deeper, 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 deeper. I closed my eyes and fell away. Sight fell away. All sound to disappear. Alone in the universe. I waited for the elevator doors to open for the last time. What could have been seconds or centuries later. I felt the gentle vibration of the elevator come to an end. I slowly opened my eyes. This is the final trial, Sight. What do you think? Isn't it just the perfect backgrounding for deciding a person's fate? It's a long-awaiting last stage, the always exciting final boss battle. Pew-hoo-hoo! And I'm gonna sit in on this one. I just sit right here in the vacant 16th seat. Well then, let's begin. All rise.
Since this will be the final class trial, I've come up with a special rule. So listen up. If you can figure out Mukuro's killer and go on to solve the mystery of this school, you guys win. But if you can't, then I win. And of course, waiting for the loser is a super exciting, super heart-pounding punishment!
Are you saying that if you lose, you'll execute yourself?
Yep, sure will.
And that's final? No loopholes? No wiggling out of it later?
Of course not. Bears never go back on their word.
Never mind all that. I just have one question for you.
Oh, you're taking this serious, huh? Are you feeling okay?
Is the mastermind only one person?
Hmm?
Don't bother. I already know the answer. You're all the mastermind, aren't you? You're all out to get me. I'm right, aren't I? I knew it.
Oh boy. You can barely hear characters. Let's see if I...
Oh boy.
Alright, let's try that.
Let me see if I. Alright, let's try that.
You're all out to get me. I'm sure of it. I have evidence of my own.
What a coincidence. I too have evidence to present. Evidence that proves everyone other than me has been working together. What? Wait, hold on. This doesn't make any sense. How can the three of you... No, stop it!
Can you hear the voices now?
It's not just you three. I have evidence too.
What? You
Can
two?
you hear the voices now?
The evidence you're all referring to is this group photo, right? Well, yeah. Huh? Wait, but mine is different. With the picture you have, I'm in it. But that can't be right. Because in my picture... See? I'm the only one not in it.
Figures as much. In which case...
You have the picture too, right? Let's see it.
Okay, but be careful with it. It's pretty important evidence.
This one too. Just like I thought.
So the secret in these pictures has been revealed.
Just like I thought.
You guys are all in on this together. That's why I'm the only one missing.
But you're in my picture. You're the one trying to trick me.
So the whole purpose behind these photos is to get us questioning and fighting with each other. The mastermind laid a trap to make us each think everyone else was working against us.
Huh? I laid a trap? A trap? How rude! What grounds do you have for such audacious accusation?
So the proof I need to reveal Monokuma's trap. The photo has certain something in common. There's a connection regarding what person isn't shown in the group photo. That person is What are you trying to do?
As long as we're talking about it, I suppose I should show you my photo as well.
What are you trying to do?
In other words, Monokuma gave each of us a group photo in which that person wasn't included. But when we each saw our picture, just assumed everyone else was the enemy?
Figured it out, huh?
You can sort of hear me.
You can sort of hear me?
We should fix that problem. Yeah, I should be able to loud and clear. I just fixed that. I just turned up the volume on the
Yeah, I should be able to loud and clear. I just fixed that. I just turned up the volume on the
yeah, that might be a problem for a little while. I wonder if it's just me. Yeah, that might be a problem. You might have to mute one or the other or something.
yeah, that might be a problem. You might have to mute one.
But you know, there's something more to these than just Monokuma trying to confuse us. There's something else that bothers me about everyone's picture.
There's something more to these.
What is it? What's digging at me?
There's something else that bothers me about everyone's picture. What is it? What's digging at me?
I'm sure there's something unusual about these group photos. What is it? I need to compare each of them one more time.
There's something unusual about these group photos. What is it? I need to compare each of them one more time.
There's something strange about all of them. Something I can't quite pin down. Something. Group photo.
Can you just forget about the photo already?
There's something strange about all of them. Something I can't quite pin down. Something.
Ah. Can you just... Okay.
Trying to trick me with such an obviously fake photo. Feel pissed about that.
And on top of that, they went to all that trouble to make it look like we were wearing
reason I don't remember the picture isn't necessarily because it's fake. It might be something some other reason. Some terrible reason. An unbelievable but entirely horrifying reason. Hey bro, what's up? Y'all not hearing any sounds? Nah, it's probably Aviar Media. Oh.
No, it's probably Aviar Media.
You hear me, but not the game?
Let's say that somehow we'd all lost our memories.
You hear me, but not the game?
Couldn't it?
Yeah, I noticed that too. Ah. Alrighty. There we go.
Oh, I get it. So we all just lost our memories at the same time and forgot about the photo. Makes sense.
Yeah, I had to change the with the Elgato. Yeah, with the Elgato, I used a certain different sound, like HDMI, but with the Aviar Media, I didn't realize I had to change that. Alright. Okay, we're good.
As if. You expect me to believe such an unbelievable occult type story?
You know what? Wow. That's loud music.
Yeah, we all lost our memories? That's just crazy.
It's only not today, wouldn't believe it. But no matter how much they refuse, if that's the absolute truth, they have no choice. We can't move forward until they accept it. And there's another way to prove it besides those pictures. Make your argument.
You're saying we all got spontaneous amnesia? Since when did this turn into some kind of sci-fi fantasy?
I promise you, I haven't lost my memory. Ever since I got to this school, I remember everything that's happened.
No, that's wrong. Those photos aren't the only things that point to the possibility of memory loss. This DVD does the same thing.
You're not gonna show us something indecent, are you?
No, it's nothing like that. It's a video of all of us being interviewed by the Hope's Peak Academy headmaster.
When you say all of us, you mean...
I mean all of us, including you.
You lie! did any kind of interview?
No, it's not a lie. Just watch the DVD and you'll see for yourself. The headmaster did, in fact, interview you.
What are you saying?
I didn't imagine you would remember.
It's not about whether or not I remember. You expect me to believe all this? That I lost my memory somehow?
Well, we don't have any way to refute it, so we have no choice but to accept it as reality.
How can you say that? We're talking about living, breathing amnesia here!
To be honest, I have something else on my mind right now.
Something else?
You said the DVD contains recordings of us being interviewed by the headmaster, right? What were the interviews about?
The headmaster sat each of us down, one at a time, and asked us the same question. He asked us if we could accept the idea of spending the rest of our lives in this school.
What kind of question is that?
And how did we answer?
We'd say no, obviously.
Actually, we all said we could. Even me. I heard myself say yes. I could spend the rest of my life at this school.
Why? Why would you say yes to something like that?
I don't know. I don't remember a thing.
The same goes for everyone else. Nobody remembers. You don't remember choosing to live here forever, or even talking to the headmaster about it at all.
It doesn't matter if I remember or not. Even if I bought the whole amnesia thing, the idea that I would want to live here forever? That's just insane! How can I believe that?
Insane or not, we can't move forward until you accept it. Am I right?
You sure are, 'cause it's all true.
What?
I know it sounds absurd, but if it's the truth, there's nothing we can do about it.
Indeed. We only have one path in front of us.
Then, we really...
Yep, you all totally lost your memory at the same time.
This is all making my head hurt.
And this isn't like some normal kind of memory loss. You stole those specific memories from us, didn't you?
Oopsie, you figured that part out too, huh?
Of course. There's no way we would all just happen to get amnesia at the same time.
But how
Hey,
could someone
thing,
just
how you doing, man?
steal our memories?
How?
Nice to see you around.
Come, that hardly matters right now. If I said it was hypnotism, would you believe me? Or we opened up your skulls and messed with your brains? Would you really believe anything I said? How it happened doesn't matter right now.
What matters is figuring out what memories you took from us. That's what you're trying to say, right?
I knew I could count on you.
The interview with the headmaster, taking that group photo, those can't be the only memories we lost. There must have been a purpose to it all. A reason for taking away our memories.
Of course there was a purpose. It all has to do with the original motive.
The original motive.
You mean the motive you came up with to try and get us to all kill each other?
That has something to do with the memories you stole from us?
It sure does. But that part's still a secret. Anyway, I'm sure it's not easy, but let's all focus on the class trial for the murder of Mukuro Ikusaba.
Okay, so you want us to figure out who killed her before we do anything else.
So until we do that, well, either way, we have to explain every last remaining mystery. So, the one that killed Meguro, the true mastermind, that's what we need to expose.
So who did it? Who killed her?
Whoever did it is the same one who's behind everything. That much I'm sure of.
But when you think about it, is the mastermind really here in the school?
Of course! They have to be here somewhere.
What makes you so sure?
What does make me so sure?
Exactly. You're just making stuff up. There's no way the mastermind is here. The mastermind is probably a million miles away.
No, that's wrong. There's no question that the mastermind is somewhere within the school.
How do you know? Did you find some evidence or something?
In the back of the data center, I found a panel that controls Monokuma. The mastermind must have been using that to control him all this time. So there can't be any doubt. The mastermind has been inside the school all along.
There can't be any doubt. In which case, there also can be no doubt that the mastermind is one of us.
What? Why?
Recall what Makoto told us Monokuma said to him earlier.
I'm sure I told you already this, but the killing game with 16 students. Okay, we already know this stuff.
So if the mastermind is in the school, we have to assume it can only be that 16th student.
But how'd they manage to survive all of this?
So we're the only ones here? It's not me! I'm not the mastermind!
Well, it's not me!
I blame Makoto!
What? Why me?
'Cause it's super weird how you're the only one who survived being executed.
Oh, I get it! The only way he could have survived is if he was actually the mastermind himself, right?
Aw, nuts! You got me!
Wait! What are you trying to say?
Everyone, calm down. There's no reason to panic. The mastermind's true identity will become clear soon enough. Just as soon as we find out who killed
Messing
Mukuro.
up yesterday and me not actually streaming yesterday, nothing. This is the trial. We just did all the investigation, and we're doing the last class trial right now.
That's a good point. Rather than wasting time bickering, we should put our minds to work solving this mystery.
Yeah, well, how much time have we already spent talking about the murder?
He's right. What more is there to talk about?
If you want something to talk about, I think there might be one thing. We haven't fully established what Mukuro's fatal injury was.
Huh? But I thought we figured that out. She died when she got hit in the back of the head.
No, that isn't actually what killed her. It was something entirely different. Wouldn't you agree, Makoto?
I got it! All of the wounds covering her body. That's what really killed her.
Hey, now hold on a second. You did read the Monokuma file, right? It made it pretty clear. Those wounds were made at least a few days ago, so they can't possibly be what killed her.
Consider this. What if the murder itself took place at least a few days ago?
What?
What if, when we discovered her body, she'd already been dead for several days? If that's true, then naturally the wounds that killed her would appear to be however many days old.
That doesn't make any sense. Because she had all those wounds before she ever came here.
Huh? How do you know that?
Isn't it obvious? She was the ultimate soldier, right? So that means, you know.
You're wrong.
She denied me before I could even say anything. I'm not weird, okay? At least listen to what I have to say before you deny me!
You sure you're gonna deny you? Why bother saying it in the first place? Alrighty.
Mukuro was the ultimate soldier. She must have been in 100 different battles. So, when you think about it, Obviously, she got old.
No, that's wrong. No, Mukuro didn't suffer those wounds in battle. The file we found in the headmaster's room said as much. Despite the time she spent in battle after battle as a member of Fenrir, when she entered this school, she hadn't sustained a single injury.
To be denied so completely. Actually, it's kind of refreshing. Maybe it's because of all of Master's training.
Anyway, so we can be sure that Mukuro suffered all those wounds after coming to this school. In which case, they could be the very thing that killed her.
As a matter of fact, it's hard to imagine any other possibility. When examining her body, I found that her stomach and head wounds came after she was already dead.
Unless anyone has any better suggestions, I think we can say this with confidence. The wounds Mukuro sustained all over her body are what ultimately killed her.
But if that's what killed her, then does that mean she's really been dead for who knows how long?
That's exactly what it means. When we found her body in the garden, she'd already been dead for several days.
So then, what about the little matter of what happened last night? Makoto, you said you were attacked in your room by a masked assailant. If Mukuro had already been dead for several days, so who was it that attacked you?
Oh, I hit the button too fast.
I got it! The one who attacked me was the true mastermind. When we discovered Mukuro in the garden wearing the same mask, I naturally assumed she must have been the one who attacked me. But I was wrong. It wasn't her at all. It was the mastermind.
What are you laughing at?
My bot. Not to everyone. Not to everyone. Only to my regular viewers like you, Brandon, Soray, Kyoka, Cloud. Just to my regular, everybody else I left. But I gave everybody 2,000 coins. Everybody that followed me, that hit the follow button, I did give them 2,000 coins. But I promoted everybody else, like my regulars, to the Remnants of Despair.
Oh, don't mind me. I'm just getting a little impatient sitting here listening. I think I'm gonna jump in. Let's start off with a nice, easy question. Your assumption that I attacked Makoto is just that, right? An assumption. You can't really know who was under that mask, can you? I mean, that's the whole point of a mask. The true identity of the masked attacker is Mukuro Ikusaba. At least, that's what I think. Do you have any evidence that might convince me otherwise?
Weedle. Oh, did I?
You never saw their face, right?
I should.
So you can't have any idea who was under that mask. I'm telling you now,
I think I may
it
have
was
made him as
Mukuro
well.
Ikusaba.
You're wrong. Even without seeing their face, there's another part of the attacker we can use to prove it wasn't her.
Oh? And what is this other part? Is it the right hand? Or the left hand? Maybe the right foot? Or perhaps the left foot?
Oh,
or
no.
Or could it be the hips?
No, it's the right hand.
Oh, You never saw their face, right?
So you can't have any. I'm telling you now, you're wrong. There's another part of the attack. Oh? And is it the right or
The
the
left
hand? Maybe the right or perhaps the, or could it be the hips?
You never saw their
face, so you can't have any idea. I'm telling
You now, it was Muku.
No, that's wrong. Mukuro had a tattoo on her right hand, if I remember correctly. A representation of Fenrir. In other words, a wolf tattoo. But I saw the right hand of the person who attacked me. And there was no such tattoo. So there's no way the person behind the mask was Mukuro.
Yeah, well, okay. You got me. I guess it wasn't her. But that still doesn't prove that it was me. It could have been, someone else, right?
Hiro,
Damn
Toko,
here.
Hina, and I all have solid alibis for that entire night.
Yeah! We were in the gym tearing you apart, so it couldn't have been any of us.
Oh, okay, sure. It couldn't have been any of you. But what about Kyoko? It totally could have been her. Uh-oh, no snappy comeback. Did I score a bullseye?
If you insist, I don't mind showing you.
Huh? Show me what?
What do you think? I'll show you the one thing that proves beyond a shadow of a doubt it wasn't me.
Kyoko removed her gloves.
your hands.
Without thinking, I let out a gasp. It was more than a little burnt skin.
Awful, isn't it? It happened when I was first learning to be a detective. I was inexperienced.
I thought you didn't want anyone to see those scars.
If it means we get another step closer to unmasking the mastermind, it doesn't really bother me.
Kyoko seemed to savor those words as she said them. Then she put her gloves back on.
My scars should suffice as proof. Makoto, did the person who attacked you have scars like mine?
No, not at all. I'm positive.
Then this much has been made clear. There can be no doubt that the one who attacked Makoto is the true mastermind.
This is just awful! On top of my secret being revealed, I had to look at those positively grotesque scars of yours. Sorry, did I say that out loud? I do hope I didn't hurt your feelings.
Not at all. You can say whatever you want.
Sure, as long as it means pushing me farther into the corner, right? But I'm not cornered just yet. Because if you haven't noticed, the circumstances surrounding Mukuro's death are totally unknown.
That's true. All we know right now is she was killed a good while before this morning.
On the contrary, we don't know anything other than that.
You're not going to tell us she was already dead before we arrived here or something, are you?
In that regard, you have nothing to worry about. I promise you, without a doubt, she died after our little killing game began here.
Then somehow she was killed in secret without any of us knowing.
And after she died, who knows how much time went by before we found her, right? Did the culprit stash her somewhere? She couldn't have been in the garden the whole time, could she?
If she was, she would have been totally decomposed. Just like your brain.
Then she was being stored somewhere?
But to hide a body here, to just store it somewhere?
There was one place. I can't think of anywhere else but the body could have been stored in.
I
The
got it!
biolab.
Mukuro's body was probably kept hidden in the biolab.
The biolab? You mean on the 5th floor?
That's right. It's actually set up for use as a morgue. So it's the perfect place to hide a body. And it'd keep the body preserved at the same time.
Then you're also saying the body was moved from the biolab to the garden.
And I have no doubt that that's exactly what happened. In fact, I have proof.
Body carried with biolab to the garden. There was something that made its way to the biolab to the garden.
I got it! What makes me so sure the body was carried from the biolab to the garden is the tarp that we found in the garden. When I was checking it over again, I noticed something. I noticed that some text had been stamped on one corner of the tarp.
Oh, it says biolab.
Holy cow! How'd you notice that tiny little thing?
Makoto's nitpicky nature seems to have surfaced with perfect timing.
This proves that the tarp originally came from the biolab. In fact, there's a whole stack of tarps just like it in there.
So when the killer moved the body to the garden, they must have grabbed a tarp to wrap it in. Then they simply left it as it was to protect against the sprinklers, and put the coat on it afterwards.
Wow, you made everything sound so amazingly consistent.
But that's just a wild guess. Where's your evidence? Prove that the body was wrapped in a tarp and moved.
There is no evidence. I was simply explaining what I think happened. But you seem to be getting pretty worked up about it, wouldn't you say?
Worked up?
Now that the conversation has turned to the topic of the biolab, you must be getting pretty nervous. Because the key to uncovering your secret identity is hidden within that room, isn't it?
Are you talking about unmasking the mastermind?
You see, the biolab contained an inconsistency. One so major it can't be overlooked.
You talking about?
La la la, I can't hear you. La 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 la.
Such a child. Oh well, just ignore him.
Hey, by the way, Makoto, what about that one thing?
What one thing?
What do you think? I'm talking about your family. Don't tell me you forgot about that video message.
He's getting bad. He's getting pushed in the corner bad.
So what do you think? Are you sure your family's still okay?
Why are you bringing that up now?
Your mom, your dad, your little sister. What do you think has happened to your family? Are they really as safe as you might have assumed?
Stop talking about that!
Calm down, Makoto. He wants you to get upset.
Yeah, I need to calm down. I can't let him get to me. He's just trying to... That because he knows we're getting close to the truth of the biolab. So I want to show him up. I need to expose his weaknesses and slam him with it. It has to be the area where the numbers just don't match up. Alright, Montezuma's up.
Are you sure about this? That's impossible! Are you sure about this? That's impossible! What? What do you want? Are you sure about this? That's impossible! Are you sure about this? That's impossible! Are you sure about this? Are you sure about this? That's impossible! What? What do you want? Are you sure about this? I'm not listening!
This should prove it.
Whew. That was harder than I thought. I forgot how hard that one
The
was.
inconsistency Kyoko's talking about is the lights.
What are you talking about? What about the lights?
Like I said before, the biolab also acts as a morgue. And as part of that, a giant refrigerator was installed in there. That's where everyone who's died is stored.
And it was set up so that when a slot had a body in it, a blue light would turn on.
In other words, if the blue light is on, that means there's a body in that slot.
But I counted up the number of blue lights that were on, including the one Mukuro was in, and there were only 9.
Why does that matter? You gotta give me the bite-sized version here, man.
I got it! 10 of the lights should have been on. Any other number is incredibly suspicious.
Suspicious? Why?
That's simple. Just recall who's died here so far, and it should become clear.
Died first. Junko was second. Mondo was third. Chihiro was fourth. Mondo was fifth. Taka was sixth. Hifumi was seventh. Celeste was eighth. Sakura was ninth. And the victim Ken was mature. So 10 people in all.
That's right. Any other number should make you immediately suspicious. But according to the lights in the biolab, only 9 people were being stored there.
You're saying a dead body just up and disappeared?
I got it! The mastermind destroyed one of the bodies to get rid of evidence.
But if they wanted to do that, they would have destroyed Mukuro's body, since they actually killed her. And yet, her body was left alone.
Then, whose body disappeared?
It may very well be that none of them disappeared.
But if that's true, then why doesn't the body count match?
Including Monokuma's executions, there have apparently been 10 deaths, but there were only 9 bodies. That's the point I'm trying to make.
I'm completely lost. How can the number of victims be less than the number of murders?
I got it! What about if the same person was killed twice?
Huh? Killed twice?
Officially, 10 murders have been committed so far, but one of the victims may have been murdered, and then murdered again.
Murdered and murdered again?
If that's the case, there could have been 10 killings, but still only 9 victims, right?
Technically, you're right, I guess. Still, something like that
could easily have happened. No, it is what happened.
Sounds like you're already convinced. Then can you tell us who was killed twice?
It was Mukuro, of course. Before she was killed as Mukuro Ikusaba, she was killed as someone else.
And that's why the body had to be stored in the biolab until the moment we found it in the garden.
No, that's crazy talk. She was killed as someone else? Come on! Besides, who could that someone else even have been?
All you have to do is look at those bodily injuries of hers, and that will become obvious.
Nothing's gonna become obvious, because Kyoko's totally delusional!
Make your argument. Hey Chihiro, how you doing?
Is this
How's your
someone
New
else
Year's?
that Mukuro was killed as? Was it Sayaka Maizono? Junko
Enoshima?
Leon Kuwata? Chihiro Fujisaki? Mondo Owada? Kiyotaka Ishimaru? Hifumi Yamada? Celestia Lu... whatever? Or maybe... Sakura Ogami? No. There's no way...
Anyone was murdered.
No, that's wrong.
That's good. That's good to hear.
Junko. Wasn't her fatal injury pretty similar to Mukuro's?
What do you mean?
Well, remember what happened to her? She was impaled by a bunch of spears, all over her body.
And Mukuro died from a number of wounds across her body. When you compare that to the stab wounds Junko suffered...
Then the similarities match?
Yes, and those are the only fatal injuries that match up. That explains why those two bodies are actually one and the same.
So let me see if I have this straight. Junko, or someone going by that name, was stabbed to death with multiple spears. Then her body was kept in the biolab for however long before being dragged out again. Only this time, it was presented as the corpse of one Mukuro Ikusaba.
It all matches up, right? Those wounds Junko suffered could easily be these same injuries.
Then, it's really true? Mukuro and Junko are the same person? Wait, so then... what does it all mean?
It means that there haven't been 10 victims, but 9. Which also means that among the people we thought were dead, one is still alive.
And that's the true identity of the mastermind?
Here it comes.
Who is it? Who's behind all this?
We already know the answer to that. It's Mukuro. She's still alive. She took Junko's body and made it look like she was the one who died. So Mukuro is still alive. She's gotta be. Total silence? Then I must be right. I'm right, aren't I?
The Winnie McGrew is here, still alive. Make y'all argument.
The body we found in the garden. It wasn't Mukuro.
No, that's wrong. No, the body we found in the garden was Mukuro. That's one thing we can be sure of. The body's appearance and measurements are consistent with her records. Right, Kyoko?
She was 5 foot 6 inches tall and weighed 97 pounds. Her vitals were 31, 21, 32. Everything in her profile is consistent with that corpse.
And then there's the matter of the Fenrir tattoo. So there's no question it's her.
But if Mukuro's not the mastermind, then who's actually still alive?
Someone made it look like they died, but they're actually still alive. There's only one person it could be. Select someone. Was it Makoto? Sakia?
Here's my answer.
Hey, sorry, how you doing?
Junko is still alive. It's the only possibility.
Are you sure about that?
Huh?
I admit, since Mukuro is undoubtedly dead, Junko does seem to be the only other explanation. But we saw her get impaled. She died right before our very eyes. If Junko were still alive, the death we saw would had to have been some kind of charade. But you yourself confirmed she was dead, did you not?
She was dead. There's no question. Junko was.
So, the idea that she's...
It must be wrong.
Then you're withdrawing your previous statement?
I know you gave it your best shot, but too bad. I guess your conclusion was a dud. Too bad, too bad.
This case hasn't been decided just yet.
Oh?
You haven't given up already, have you, Makoto?
Oh.
No, of course not. There's no way I'd give up that easy.
That's all well and good, but how do you intend to solve the problem standing in your way? Junko absolutely died. Mukuro absolutely died.
Then both of them are dead, right? There can't be any kind of survivor story.
I think we need to look at this from the opposite direction.
Huh? The opposite direction?
Let's assume Junko is still alive. If so, how could she have survived?
You just talk about the same person being killed. Give me an A. I want an A. Give me a C. Oh my God.
Now I understand. That's it. What if she switched
we're
places
doing a
with
trial
someone else?
Switched places?
That's right. Before the spears could kill her, she got someone to take her place. Specifically, Mukuro Ikusaba.
Then that would make it Mukuro's corpse that showed up later.
Which is why the body's height and weight and everything match Mukuro's profile, right?
I don't know anything about this switching places thing, but... that had to be Junko who got stabbed to death, right?
Yeah, you're saying they switched? When could they even have done that? Right when she was about to die? Like she used some kind of ninja replacement technique?
Good point. There's just no way they could have switched like that. So maybe the whole idea is wrong.
There has to be some way. Figure out it.
I got it! The two of them may have switched places from the very beginning.
What? From the beginning?
Yes, from the
No,
moment
it's
we
not
first
blind.
met.
I've already played this, like, I got this platinum, so it's definitely not blind.
If that's when they switched,
Nah, if I was playing it
then
blind,
they
it would
wouldn't
be
have
in
had
the,
to
it would
switch
be
at
in
the
the
moment
title.
of death, right?
I would make sure I put it in the title that I'm playing blind.
After all,
Hey,
the one we saw at that point would have
How you
already
doing?
been
Happy New
Mukuro.
Year's to you.
Hold on. So, you're saying the Junko we first met was actually Mukuro all along?
Then we'd already met her?
I had, like, a normal conversation with her.
When we first met, none of us knew who anyone else was. So Mukuro could have simply told us her name was Junko, and we never would have known the difference. That would easily allow the two of them to switch places from the very beginning.
Wait, but Mukuro had a tattoo on the back of her hand, right? Junko never had any tattoo like that, did she?
She could have hidden it with foundation or something like that. If she did, it likely melted away in the explosion, exposing the tattoo after the body was extinguished. Plus, there were the fake nails found on the hands of Mukuro's body. They were the same fake red nails she was wearing when we all met for the first time.
But if she really did use foundation...
Correct. Even if there was no tattoo on her hand, I couldn't say for certain it wasn't Mukuro. So I'm glad nobody noticed that glaring hole when we were trying to figure out who attacked Makoto. But too bad for you, Monokuma. You can't deny it anymore.
Wait, so this whole thing was a setup from the very beginning?
If that's true, it was quite an elaborate plan to be sure, making it look like Mukuro was Junko.
The reason such an elaborate plan was possible is because the two of them were working together.
So Mukuro, the ultimate despair, teamed up with someone like her. In other words, it would be fair to say that Junko herself was also the ultimate despair.
What's wrong? Lost the will to fight back?
I think he's just afraid.
Afraid? What's that mean, afraid? Fear is only possible where
I think
hope
he was
is
referring
possible.
to saving
I only have
Makoto,
despair,
on
so fear
the
is an alien
last trial
concept to
5.
me.
Then why haven't you been saying anything?
Because it's a bunch of nonsense. Junko's my secret identity? As if.
Then why did you try and protect Junko's real identity?
I tried to protect her identity? When did I do that?
Oh, boy, boy, boy. You know what? I totally forgot what it was. Oh, crud.
Shoot!
Oh, the DVD. Is it DVD?
I got it!
The interview DVD.
While I was in the AV room, watching the DVD of our interviews with the headmaster.
Ah. It wasn't just the monitor. The DVD player itself had apparently turned off. Which of course meant that the DVD wasn't playing anymore. What the heck just happened? Whoopsie! Looked like it broke. Out of service. Whatever just happened to break the smile. And now, then, when doesn't matter. They can strike anywhere, anytime. That was...
You made sure I couldn't finish watching the video. And the reason you did that is because you didn't want me to see the real Junko, did you?
Oh, yeah! If everyone was in that video, of course Junko would have had to show up!
And if Makoto saw the real Junko, it would have been totally obvious that the Junko we met was an imposter.
That whole power outage thing was just a fluke!
Alrighty. Ah, I got it. Don't lose hope. Alrighty. Rawr!
What? What do you want? What? What do you want?
Are you sure about this?
You're getting all riled up! That's impossible!
I hate the ones with Monokuma in it.
What? What do you want? What? What do you want? That's impossible!
This should prove it.
There we go.
The video wasn't the only thing you tried to cover up. You did the same thing with this group photo.
Uh-oh.
I noticed it just a little while ago, when we were all comparing the photos we'd gotten. In all the photos, there's a certain similarity, an unusual circumstance.
What's so unusual about them?
Boom. Boom. Bam. Slam. Gotcha, Junko. Inasabi. Junko.
I got it! Junko's face. The one thing common to every single photo is that you can't see her face. It's hard to believe her face would just happen to be hidden in every single picture, don't you think? And on top of that, in this photo you can see that Mukuro is clearly visible. So in other words, at that point, the two of them hadn't switched yet. With all that in mind, there's no doubt that the girl whose face is hidden here is the real Junko. Which is why you had to have pictures that didn't show her face. Because if we could have seen her face, then it would have clearly revealed that the Junko in the pictures wasn't the Junko that we knew.
Xanadu!
Xanadu!
I believe everything Makoto said is true. Junko and Mukuro switched places before we met either of them.
So she killed Mukuro, who had taken her place, making it look like she'd died. And the real Junko is still alive.
And she's the one behind this whole murderous situation. This killing game. She's the true mastermind and the ultimate despair.
Xanadu times 2!
With this, the identity and the crimes of the mastermind have been exposed.
No, wait, hold on!
Don't bother trying to deny it. There's no more room for debate. You don't have anywhere left to run. I'll prove everything, right now!
Closing arguments. Okay. Man, this is hard.
Here's exactly what happened. We met the ultimate fashionista, Junko Enoshima, right after we all arrived here. But that wasn't the real Junko. The girl we saw before us was actually the 16th student who had taken Junko's place. And that girl's name was Mukuro Ikusaba. But it wasn't long before she died at the hands of Monokuma. In other words, the mastermind, Junko Enoshima. Her body was kept in a biolab, which had been converted into a morgue. Until Junko decided to put her body to use. Junko dragged the body out of the biolab, using the tarp to carry her to the garden. She fabricated the murder to try and frame Kyoko, who'd proven to be one big thorn in her side. Meanwhile, she wanted us all to think Mukuro was still alive, and hiding somewhere inside the school.
Only thing I can think of.
The killer is you! Meanwhile, she wanted us all to think Mukuro was still alive and hiding somewhere inside the school.
What am I missing?
Here's exactly what happened.
Maybe that's what I got.
Meanwhile, she wanted us all to think Mukuro was still alive and hiding somewhere inside the school. The killer is you! Meanwhile,
I had a knife.
so she put on a mask and then attacked me. After making sure I'd gotten a good look at the mask, she left the room. Then she
There we
put the
go.
same mask on Mukuro's body. This was all to make us think the person who attacked me and the corpse were one and the same. She wanted us to believe the murder had only recently taken place. Finally, by strapping a bomb to the body, she was able to destroy any remaining evidence. She needed to hide the body's true identity. She had to make sure we didn't find out it was actually the same person we'd met in the beginning. This is the truth behind Mukuro's murder, and the one who carried it all out is the true mastermind. The real Junko Enoshima! That's the whole story behind this incident. Well, what do you have to say to that?
What? Are you broken again?
You can't get out of this, so don't even try.
Come on! It's time you finally revealed yourself!
It's not like you're an endangered species or something. How long do you plan to keep hiding?
Give it up, Junko. The game's over.
Over? Did you really think the story would end once we reached the climax of the case? Wrong! There's still plenty more to go!
ultimate despair.
We have been waiting so very long for peasants like you to appear. If you swear your fealty to us, we will reward you with half of the entire world. We've even drawn up the deed already. We will grant you honor, status, in some of our home cooking. Have you made your choice? Will you serve under us?
Oh, did you think I was being serious? Sorry, I was just messing with you. It's been so long since I've had an audience. Even I'm not sure what kind of role I'm supposed to play.
She's a real Junko or something.
Anyway, looks like I've finally been set free. Having to play Monokuma all the time, day after day. It was like I was stuck in purgatory, or like a slow suicide. I get bored so easy, you know?
Your face!
Huh? What about my face? What's wrong with my beautiful face? People have told me I'm cuter than 100 chihuahuas combined.
I feel like this isn't the first time I've seen you.
No, I do remember seeing it. I'm sure I've seen it.
I got it! That's right! It was before I ever came to this school. I remember seeing a magazine cover. And you were on it!
Wow, you have a pretty good memory. I guess that's why you've made it this far, huh?
So I was right. Then what you told me in the main hall when this all began...
Sometimes a little lie is necessary to keep things moving along. Wouldn't you agree?
That explains why she didn't quite seem the same. Because she was a different person all along.
I love the voice acting. I'm fucking Yuko, man.
I'm me. And Mukuro is Mukuro. She tried her best. But there's just no way she could have passed as the ultimate fashionista. Two people can never become one as long as the walls of mind and body exist. Not even if they're twins.
Twins?
I know, it's such a cliche, right? I'm almost embarrassed to admit it. So basically, Mukuro and I had your stereotypical twin relationship. The older sister, tough and proud. That was Mukuro. The younger sister, smart and cute. That was...
Me! Junko fucking Enoshima! And together, we were the Despair Sisters, aka the Ultimate Despair!
Whoa! She's a totally different person now!
Like I said, I get bored easy as hell! I even get fucking bored with myself! But if you're twins, why do you have different last names? Oh, that again? You have any idea how many times people ask me that shit? Maybe it's new to your dumb ass, but it bores me to tears. Answering the same questions over and over? Just make up whatever answer you want. I don't give a shit. The truth's fucking lame anyway.
But if she was your twin, that means you killed your own sister?
And for reasons deeper and darker than the ocean. Ha! As if!
Well, I suppose I'd better explain. For my plan to work, someone had to be able to control the killing game from behind the scenes. The so-called mastermind had to operate Monokuma, keep an eye on everyone, things like that. But after looking at the situation, I determined it would be impossible for Mukuro to perform such duties. Because naturally, she turned out to be the letdown of the family.
leaving me behind to run off and join some band of mercenaries. Such a disappointment. So, I decided to play the role of director and have her join the rest of you in your school life. I could have let her work alongside me, but she would have been useless to me that way. Besides, 15 students seemed like a solid number to start with. Of course, the fact that she was the ultimate soldier posed something of a problem. She had what I call the 3 atrocities. Atrociously rank, atrociously filthy, atrociously repulsive. It was atrociously clear just how out of touch she was with the rest of society.
Yeah, she definitely has multi-personality problems.
Meanwhile, my ultimate fashionista status has an undeniable appeal that I didn't want to go to waste.
And that's why you switched identities?
Sadly, her inability to match my personality was even greater than I'd calculated. It was a lost cause. She was nothing more than a bit player, an extra unworthy of lines. Being the utter disappointment that she was, anyone would have expected her to get killed off right away, which is precisely why I killed her, to meet everyone's expectations.
That can't be your only reason, can it?
Well, no, of course not. I also did it to avoid becoming bored.
I've never been a stickler for following a plan to the letter, you know? If I planned everything out and knew just what was gonna happen, that'd be so boring. So, I changed things just a bit and decided to use Mukuro to make a little point.
In other words, Mukuro's death was a one-sided, premeditated act of betrayal, just as I suspected. When Mukuro was killed, she must have been as surprised as anybody else.
This was supposed to. Why me?
So, you figured it out? Well, you're right. There's no way Mukuro could have pulled off such a convincing performance. But she did teach you all a very valuable lesson, don't you think?
How can you talk like that? You sacrificed your own sister. How does that not even bother you?
What? I sacrificed her? That's what's got you so hot under the collar? Jeez, misunderstandings sure are scary. We were the ultimate despair, you know? So we never had any kind of hope or expectations. Nope. I felt despair as long as I can remember. Like I never should have been born at all. When I was born, I cried tears of total despair. So that's why for us, it's not a big deal whether we die or kill. We're just those kinds of people. We can do anything. We've always been filled with despair. So when we do something, we go all the way and live without regret. So you just murdered your own sister and didn't think anything of it? That's not true at all. We were twins. How could I not be sad? That's why it gets me so excited. Huh? Killing my precious sister with my own 2 hands. That act is filled with so much despair. You can't help but put a super in front of it. It's like super, 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 super despair. No, more than that. Super, 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 super despair. It just feels so good.
What the hell is wrong with you?
And my sister, too. In that moment of death, I think she must have felt that despair. After all, to be murdered by your own sister, and only as an example to someone else, she must have died feeling such excruciating hopelessness. I'm so jealous of her. Super jealous.
I knew you couldn't be just some ordinary person. You're some kind of abnormality.
Turning your own despair into some kind of fetish. Abnormality doesn't even begin to describe it.
Like, Genocide Jill is crazy for sure, but this is a whole nother level of nuts!
You're saying I don't compare to some lowly beast that can only kill the weak, right? So I'm hopelessly attractive, hopelessly brilliant, hopelessly athletic. I'm the hopelessly perfect ultimate human.
No. I don't think there's anything
I gotta
perfect
find
about
that,
anything you
man.
just said.
Yeah, Master's way more perfect. Because on top of everything else, he's got that noble blood. Huh? Don't you mean had that noble blood?
What did you just say? What do you mean by that?
You still haven't figured that part out yet? Man, you guys are so slow! You haven't even solved all the mysteries, and yet here you are, yapping away!
Are you talking about our memories?
You've already solved this mystery, right? I'm the killer! So how about the next one? Maybe you should solve the riddle of your missing memories. Then you can start gloating!
Damn straight! That's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to solve all these mysteries, and then we'll have our victory!
I can't wait!
Alright, then let's just get straight to the point.
When the group pictures were taken, and those interviews, it must mean... I got it! It must have something to do with our entrance exams.
No fair! At least give us a hint!
Your brains are like sponges, all drippy and leaky. I already gave you a hint before. All the memories you lost share something in common with a few other things. Do you recall?
I got it! You're talking about the motives you provided to try and get us to kill each other, right?
So you do remember after all. Well, I would hope you wouldn't forget something so important. It was stupid of me to even ask. I apologize from the bottom of my heart for my bad manners. So then, let me ask you another question. Did you notice that each motive I presented you had a specific theme to it?
A theme?
Yep, you got it. So that's my question to you all. When Sayaka was murdered, what was the theme of the motive I presented?
I got it! The driving force behind the motive you presented us with at that point was human connections.
Ding, ding, ding. You got it. Remember those DVDs I gave you guys? Each video showed the total destruction of your most important relationships. For example, your family. For example, your friends. I ruined all those relationships and showed you the results. It was to motivate your desire to escape and kickstart your urge to kill. But still, what a cruel thing to do.
You're the one that did it!
Yes, well, I'm perfectly happy to accept your disapproval.
Okay! Time for the next question! So, what was the theme for the second motive?
I got it! It was our past, right?
Yay! Makoto got it right again! That time, the theme was... embarrassing memories and secrets! Yeah! And the whole reason Mondo did what he did was to protect his secret.
So, how long do you plan on dragging this out?
Relax, relax. Okay, on to the next question. So, what was the motive for the third murder?
I got it! It was money, wasn't it?
Seek and destroy! Hell yeah, you got it again!
Oh, but this is great.
Goddamn straight it was money! Celeste killed Hifumi and Taka for a little personal gain. Her greed led to all kinds of death and destruction!
What's the point of all this? Why are you making us go through this case by case?
Don't worry, sweet cheeks. Just one more to go. Now, can you tell me the motive behind crazy-ass Sakura's crazy-ass death?
I got it! In her case, it was betrayal.
Precisely. You see, once I revealed Sakura's betrayal, that led to everything that came afterwards. Anyway, it looks like you answered all of my questions correctly. How painfully delightful.
But what's the point? What meaning is there in asking those questions now?
Relationships? Secrets? Money? Betrayal? These are all pretty standard motives, right? The most normal of normal. Totally middle of the road.
But of course, those aren't the only motives that exist in this world. In fact, there are as many reasons to kill as there are people on Earth. They compel humans to kill each other, bringing despair to the world. This is what we refer to as the seed of despair.
Seed of despair?
Just as water, air, and food promote growth in living things, the seed of despair also needs nourishment. And that nourishment is hope. Despair can grow only in the presence of hope. Two sides of the same coin, divided by a razor-thin line. Such is hope and despair.
How much longer is this stupid speech of yours? Weren't we discussing our missing memories? Why are you trying to change the subject?
If you would listen, you would see I'm not changing the subject. We are discussing your memories. What I'm trying to say is, the seed of despair is closely tied to your own memories.
How so?
You see, by taking away your memories, I gave you hope. Of course, that hope merely existed to be consumed by despair.
How could taking away someone's memories give them hope?
And plus, you haven't given us any hope anyway!
Is that so? All you've been able to think about during your time here is how to escape, right? The mere fact that that's what you want proves I gave you hope.
What are you talking about?
If none of you wanted to escape this school, the killings never would have taken place. That is why we took your memories, so that you would have the desire to leave.
The only reason we want to leave is because you took our memories. Is that what you're saying?
Correctamundo!
Which means if we did have our memories, then we wouldn't want to leave. Do I understand that right?
What? Why the hell would having our memories make us not want to leave?
A most troubling thought, isn't it? But it's not enough. I want more distress, more despair. I put so much effort into creating hope in order to feed your despair and make it grow. So, just like Crazy Eddie slashing his prices and passing the savings on to you, let me give you a hint.
Huh? Really? Then hurry up and tell us.
Okie dokie. Like they say, seeing is believing. I'd like for you to see the outside world.
You mean the world beyond the school walls?
So something really did happen out there.
Now are you interested in what I have to say? You wanna see what's out there? Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo! I wanna see too. See your faces sink into despair. Now then, open sesame! Behold, the world beyond the school walls! This is the outside world you've all been so anxious to claw your way back into.
Finish it already.
What the?
Dangerous.
The world has grown so very dangerous. That's what this means.
What are you talking about? None of this makes any sense!
What am I looking at?
This is a scene from a movie or something, right?
What you just saw, all of you should recognize it. That world is locked away within the memories that were taken from you. If you can't remember, please just try. Do your best to try and recall.
Better kick your brain in the ass, cause it's up to that gray lump whether you live or die. I don't remember ain't a fucking excuse no more, cause now it's time for the final class trial!
Make your argument.
Come on, bitches! Remember or die! What the fuck happened outside?
You want us to remember or whatever, but when it comes to that crazy, confusing video you showed us, I don't understand a damn thing!
What's the meaning of the footage we saw? Is this another one of your practical jokes?
I mean, you're telling us to remember, but what am I supposed to be remembering?
Nobody can remember anything.
No, that's wrong. Actually, she might remember.
Who might remember?
The other Toko. Genocide Jack.
What?
The two of them share certain kinds of knowledge, but their memories aren't linked, right?
I see. If their memories are separate, then even if one personality's forgotten, there's a chance the other may still have those memories.
What do you say, Toko?
Are you telling me to swap places with her? No! Absolutely not! That'd be like forfeiting my entire identity!
Toko, you're the only one we can rely on now.
Dun da da da! It's me, your friendly neighborhood serial killer! Boy, she just gave in like it was nothing.
I'm going to ask you a question, and I want to have it answered immediately. Do you know anything about this video?
Huh? What video?
The video that's playing right now.
Who the hell are you?
Oh, I'm the mastermind.
Oh, nice to meet you!
Nice to meet you too.
That's enough! Just look at the stupid screen!
Aye aye! Roger, you got it, Captain!
Well, does it look familiar?
I don't have all the details, but... Of course it does!
Then you remember all the stuff it's showing?
Of course I do!
So you didn't lose your memory after all.
Then why didn't you say something earlier? I only answer questions when someone bothers to ask me. I'm the quiet type, you know? Oh my god, she's the worst liar in the world.
More importantly, if you really do remember, what is it?
Huh? What's the matter, Master? Do you really not remember the tragedy?
The tragedy?
Oh no! You seriously forgot? Maybe I can help you remember with a kiss.
Just answer the question. What happened out there?
Well, I can't really say if it happened or if it's still happening, but it was the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history.
What?
Why is that phrase coming up now?
Because it's all because of that event. What is? Are you serious? I'm talking about the way the world is now.
Is... now?
The world's been destroyed, get it?
Destroyed?
Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Copy that, darling. Okay, so this big, awful, tragic event, they started just calling it the tragedy, happened about a year ago. It was so big and so bad that even this murderous fiend went pale at the sight of it. I guess you could say what happened was man-made. But it was more on the level of a worldwide natural disaster.
no doubt that it was the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history! And as a result, in basically no time flat!
The world turned out the way it did, and that's that.
That's all there is to it? Come on! There wasn't a single concrete description in there!
Well, it just so happens I don't know any of the specifics. Miss Moreau saw it all play out in real time, so why don't you ask her?
We already did, and she didn't know anything. That's why we're asking you.
Ah! I couldn't live up to Master's expectations! To die! To die! This is the true tragedy!
Okay, that's enough of your little lover's quarrel. Whatever happened, it doesn't matter at this exact point in time, right? The end justifies the means. Everything serves the outcome. If the world has ended, that's the important thing.
How can the world just end? It's the world!
Calm down. It's okay. There's no need to panic. Every living person will be dead in 100 years anyway. So the world ending isn't that big a deal.
Oh, come on. Now you're just being ridiculous.
Well, as long as we're being ridiculous, I have another ridiculous story to tell you. It's the story of the Togami Corporation, which has given Byakuya's life all its meaning.
What? What did you say?
I'm glad to see you took the bait. You bit into it like a middle-aged secretary at an all-you-can-eat cake buffet.
Hey! So, what do you think happened to the Togami family?
Correct! Well done, peasant!
But I didn't say anything yet.
I just got so fucking bored waiting, I couldn't help it! Even if you're wrong, eventually you'll figure it out, right? Till then, you're just going in circles.
So, no matter what you pick, you get the right answer. Pretty innovative, don't you think?
But do you think it might be a disease? Getting bored so easy, I mean. Do you think I might be sick?
Anyway, like I was saying, Byakuya's entire lineage has been totally annihilated.
What? What the hell are you talking about?
I can confirm that his entire family has died. Even the distant relatives. The Togami name has perished.
Stop with these idiotic jokes!
Stop? And said with such authority. A peasant would dare challenge us? The avatar of divine punishment? You must learn your place, peasant. You are no longer the ultimate affluent progeny.
They couldn't possibly be gone! The Togami family is destined to guide the world!
Hell, there is no world anymore, remember? It got fucked a full year ago!
Hold on! That doesn't make any sense!
Huh? I don't make sense?
There's no way that happened a year ago! I mean, we only came to this school a few weeks ago! If some kind of world-ending event happened a year ago, then how do you explain the totally normal world we were living in up till then?
Have you considered the possibility that you're mistaken about that?
Mistaken?
Well, if I'm understanding you right, it sounds like you think the tragedy happened a year before you arrived here.
Well, yeah. I mean, like he said, we just got here a few weeks ago.
A few weeks ago? Ooh, I get it. You're saying that what happened 2 years ago actually happened more recently, right?
Huh? 2 years ago?
Well, I mean, you guys all started attending Hope's Peak Academy 2 years ago.
What the hell is this chick trying to say?
I understand why you'd have trouble accepting it, but in the end, you can't deny the truth. And the truth is, everything is cause and effect. Deny that?
So, you must surely understand all the hints I've given you so far, right? What are the memories I took from you?
Come now, answer us. Answer with all your heart and soul.
How are we supposed to answer?
I just don't know what's going on anymore.
That was 2 years ago. The rest of us remember getting here within a few last weeks.
I got it! If we accept that what you say is true, then we've all lost our memories of the last 2 years after coming to this school.
Nope. Nope. No. Nope. No. I mean, no matter what anyone says,
Another correct answer. Well done, peasant.
Seriously? This routine again?
We've lost 2 years worth of memories?
That's right. You've already spent 2 full years here at Hope's Peak Academy, and that entire period of time is precisely what you've forgotten.
I don't remember the last 2 years of my life? That's not possible!
Nothing but our desire. I want to believe I want to be impossible, but if that's true, then we have to accept it.
Make your argument.
Two years worth of memories. I could never lose something like that.
We've been living here for 2 years? Hell no! That's impossible! I mean, I haven't gone to any awesome school events or anything! Heck, I've never even gone to a single class!
No, that's wrong! Hero, there's something I'd like you to take a look at. This notebook right here.
Huh? Hey, why's my name written on it?
I found it in the locker room on the 2nd floor. If you don't mind, could you take a look inside?
Sure, whatever you want. But I've never seen this notebook before in my life.
Wuzza, is something wrong?
It's kinda similar. No, even more than that. What the? This is absolutely my handwriting, without a doubt! But how is this? I don't remember ever writing in this thing! No! No way!
It looks like you actually did attend class here at Hope's Peak, but somehow, you forgot all about it.
Lies! It's all one big lie!
I don't want to believe it either. But there's also no explanation for this pocketbook.
And whose pocketbook is that?
It's mine. And the handwriting inside is also mine. There's no doubt about it. But just like Hero, I have no memory of ever writing in it.
And the reason for that is the 2 years of missing memories?
After seeing all the evidence, do you have any choice but to acknowledge the truth?
Isn't it just so desperately dark? The mystery's solved, but it's like a goddamn funeral in here! Shit, man! I've never been to a funeral! Hell yes!
2 years of school life. How many moments of blossoming youth have you missed out on? How many fun classes? How many school events? This was your chance to build lasting friendships, right? And on top of that, something tragically sad happened 1 year ago. The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. Right before everyone's eyes, the world came crashing down. You absorbed all that despair, but then you forgot it all. And once you'd forgotten, you made the choice to subject yourselves to this killing game. Oh, and there's one other thing. To be even more precise, the memories you all lost were...
Actually, never mind. I'm bored. Explaining stuff is boring.
What?
We are bored of this world. Everyone always talks big, declaring all the great things they'll do. But then they always fizzle out. This world is just so desperately fucking boring!
What are you talking about?
In a way, I'm jealous of all of you. To give yourself over so completely to such stimulating despair.
Yeah, so figure out the rest for yourselves! I'm sick of expositioning all this shit!
Figure out what?
Figure out where your memories come apart. That's at the heart of all of this.
I got it! The moment I lost my memories. I can't think of any time other than That day. When I first came to the gates of this school and stepped foot in the main hall, when I passed out, I was overcome with a strange sensation.
Wow, you still have enough spirit to keep on talking, huh? So I don't know much about the details, but it seems like everyone remembers passing out, right? And your sense of time got all messed up because of the memory loss after that? I guess it must have been something like that.
After I passed out, I woke up in a classroom with my head on a desk. I assumed not much time had passed since I'd collapsed in the main hall.
But instead, 2 whole years had gone by.
The reason it felt so short was because our memories of the time in between had been completely removed.
You got it, honey. 2 years of memories? Poof! Gone! Which means, of course...
When everyone met for the first time, it wasn't actually for the first time. Unaware of this fact, you took the time to introduce yourselves to each other, But
by that point, we'd already spent 2 years together at the school. That's what those photos reveal, isn't it?
Yep, that's what they reveal. You were all such close friends. You spent 2 years together. And then you started killing each other. And it was all so you could escape into a world that's already been annihilated. What a terribly tragic tale. Even if you left now, there's nothing you could do to fix it.
You're the one who set things up to be like this.
I love you all so much.
What?
Once your school life here began, I thought about you constantly. It's only natural that I would fall in love.
So, since I love you guys so much, I'll tell you all about it. All about the idea we came up with as the ultimate despair. Our plan to bring despair to all mankind. Let's go back in time 2 years, okay? Back to when everyone first came to this school. School life during that first year overflowed with hope and happiness. Oh boy, it was just the worst. Everyone was enjoying themselves so much. You were all having the time of your lives.
But that couldn't last forever, of course. The peacefulness only made it through that first year. Because after that, an event unfolded that hammered a soul-crushing despair into all of humanity. The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. The tragedy. All too soon, the world's days of peace came to a bloody end. And as you can imagine, the school was no exception. The tragedy even made its way here, leading to the extermination of most of the students.
What are you?
What do you mean?
The most tragic event in human history, and the ultimate despair that caused it. I can't believe it's all because of just you and Mukuro. Was it some kind of organization? An angry mob? An incredibly motivated family?
You have a point. If I had to describe it, I'd say it was none of those. How can I put it? It was more of an ideological thing. Despair is contagious, you know. It's almost like a natural phenomenon. Everyone is capable of it, and now the entire world has fallen into despair.
In other words, if you see despair as the enemy, then your enemy is the world itself.
I just don't understand why.
We didn't ask you to try to understand. This was a tangent anyway, unrelated to the matter at hand.
Okay, so let's get back to the story. Hope's Peak had taken so much damage. You guys were the only survivors. The members of the 78th class of Hope's Peak Academy were the only ones left.
And then, something super neat happened! Now pay attention, because this is important, and So guess what? To protect everyone who had survived, Hope's Peak was transformed into a shelter! That's right! It was transformed into a shelter! Ah! I said it twice!
Now, someone was responsible for that transformation, for creating what would eventually become your prison. Do any of you know who that might have been?
I got it! It could only have been the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy. He wanted to turn the school into a shelter to try and protect us. To protect us from the despair and tragedy taking place outside. That's why he asked us to make that promise. To say that we were willing to live in this school forever.
We believe he had something like that in mind, yes. If you, the collective hope of a new generation, could survive, maybe the world could have a fresh start.
Yeah, the headmaster put that much faith in you.
And because we had that same hope, that's why we all agreed to live here forever.
But creating the shelter was also his single biggest mistake. It's laughable, really. He was the headmaster, but he had no idea. He had no idea that we, the ultimate despair, had already made our way into the school. So what was supposed to be a shelter to keep you safe became a cage that made it impossible for you to escape despair. I have to say, it really helped me out a lot. It saved me a ton of time.
By the way, it was you yourselves who blocked off the windows, the doors, all the exits. Under the headmaster's direction, you all went about your work like obedient little sheep.
Ah, you have to find out when we play Danganronpa 2.
You mean...
But before I play Danganronpa 2, we're gonna play Ultra Despair Girls first.
And then you forgot all about it, and started bitching about how you were trapped in here.
Once you'd finished building your little shelter, it was time for me and Mukuro to get to work. And thus began the killing game.
Me and Mukuro had come here, spending the last 2 years waiting for that moment.
That moment where you all began killing each other served as the climax of our global despair plan.
And the only reason you survived the tragedy was so that you could be a part of it.
In a way, it ain't. There's only really one kind of spoiler in the Ultra Despair Girl, but you really won't figure that out until, like, you get almost to the end of the game.
So we could go around killing each other? Is that what you're saying?
Why? Why would you do that?
Too. Anything? I don't know. I know that I am not, my Elgato got, it don't work anymore, so I'm using an Aviar Media right now.
Because this was so much more than a simple high school
I gotta wait till
deathmatch.
Tuesday to get a new Elgato coming in.
Rather, it was a method to hunt down and destroy every last remaining speck of hope in the world.
What are you saying?
Well, it would seem that there's a little bit left out there. A few souls unwilling to give up hope. So I thought I should show them, which is why I...
Well, why don't you tell me?
Hangman Gambit.
Now I understand. You're talking about you hijacking the airwaves, aren't you?
Alright, Chihiro. I'll see you later.
Uh-huh. That's exactly what I'm talking about. To show the world the murders taking place at this school, which was meant to be a symbol of hope.
That was the whole point of the ultimate despair. When I said climax, that was what I was talking about. The world watched as you fell into despair and began to kill each other one after another. Despair is as contagious as any disease. Any hope left turns to despair.
Oh, you're talking about the ultimate despair girl stream?
Isn't the power of television just amazing? By the way, since we started broadcasting, a whole bunch of people have tried to come and rescue you.
Here, okay, so I won't be able to. Here, let's see if I can do this.
Are you serious?
But utilizing the heavy weaponry I installed around the school grounds, I had no problem expelling them.
You expelled them?
I have to thank you all. They were a relentless bunch, refusing to give up on hope and trying to force their beliefs on the world.
So we're gonna do a vote right now. So y'all can vote by hitting explanation vote 0 or 1, and here you go.
But in the end, I was able to give
Whatever
them
you
the
vote
final
for,
despair.
is this the game we're gonna play
Death.
next?
So
Danganronpa
you just
2
used
or
us
Ultimate Despair Girl?
to bring
Your
despair
choice.
to everyone in the outside world?
Well, sure, but I also gave you a second chance at life, right? So it's like,
Give and take? You're
Got
so
4
full
minutes.
of shit!
You voted for 1, Sorey, not 0.
And there's a reason I chose you guys to survive when all the other students were dropping like flies. I mean, we built up 2 years of memories together. You were all my treasured classmates.
Sorry, that's a lie. I just figured you'd despair even more when you found out a friend had betrayed you.
And that's the truth, which is what you wanted, right? So, does it make you feel utterly lost and hopeless? You solved the mystery, but despair at the truth, right?
Don't tell me. Did you seriously count on the possibility that we would solve your mystery?
And if we did, then what? Our final desire for creating this world of despair was so we could experience one last class trial. If you were bold enough to solve the mystery, only to discover that the truth was utterly hopeless, how would you react? What would you do?
See? Discovering the truth doesn't necessarily lead to a sense of hope.
Truth can be full of despair, too! Like right fucking now!
Not to mention, all those motives I talked about were totally meaningless. I mean, with the world having ended and all.
Meaningless? Then we've been murdering each other for nothing?
And think about it. You chose to lock yourselves up here, then started murdering each other to get out.
We weren't just random strangers either. We were classmates. We'd spent 2 years together.
No, even I can't laugh at that.
We get it. We get it, okay? You're totally awesome, right? We get it already. So help us! I'll do anything! Just help me!
A peasant begging for his life? Oh, how delightful! We've never witnessed such a travesty firsthand.
But I'm sorry to say, begging doesn't work on me. All I want is despair, and there's no reason for it. And since there's no reason, there's no argument against it. There's just no understanding it. No argument, no understanding. What better definition of ultimate despair could there be?
Wait, hold on. You've just been going on about whatever you feel like, but there's no real reason for us to believe anything you have to say.
Huh?
You say the world's fallen apart, but I haven't seen it for myself, so I don't acknowledge it. I don't accept it as the truth.
Until you see it with your own eyes. Truth and falsehood overlap one another. In other words, you're not unlike Schrodinger's cat right now. Is that what you're saying? If so, what then?
Are you saying you won't accept the truth until you can go outside and see for yourself? Well, you better not. You go out into that world and you're all gunners for sure. Trust me, I'm not lying about any of this.
Well, even if it's all true, I refuse to give in. I refuse to lose to you for the sake of everyone you've killed.
Huh? Everyone I've killed? What are you talking about? You're the ones who killed them!
I didn't kill anyone. I simply gave you a little nudge in the right direction.
And that's all it took for you to start killing each other. You're nothing but bloodthirsty animals.
That's why anyone was murdered here, peasant.
Alrighty, then after
Say what you want about hope, but we're all creatures of instinct, right?
Hell yes! That's funny as shit!
No! This isn't just some game to us. It's murder! Plain and simple! You stole our memories, invented reasons for us to do it. You pushed us all into a corner! It's all your fault!
You certainly have a talent for passing the buck, don't you? That must be your hope, huh? But we don't have much time left to keep up this banter. We have to draw things to a close soon.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about the vote, of course. You didn't forget about that little rule, did you? Oh, and also, since this will be the last vote, I decided to change the rules.
What?
You guys so full of hope, and me so full of despair. I've decided to have you vote which one will be punished. If even one of you votes to punish hope, well then, I'll consider that a win for me and punish everyone on the side of hope.
Even if it's just one person?
Oh, but don't worry. I won't be voting, of course.
Even if you don't, you've still got the upper hand in all this!
It's okay. Nobody would actually vote to kill themselves, right?
Oh, let me just mention one more thing. When I win, to punish you guys, you'll have to stay here till you grow old and die. No fighting, no killing. That's your punishment.
You mean, we'd
have to just live here?
She's saying she'll let us live!
If you're not happy with that, then go ahead and punish me. And make your way to the outside world.
Enter a world fallen from grace, where only despair exists, where you'd likely be dead within a day.
What are you saying? So no matter what, we're doomed.
Wait a sec! I just got hit with an inspiration bomb! Dying of old age is boring as shit, right? The audience at home isn't gonna dig that at all! So, here's what'll happen. One of you will get to experience an instant, super impressive punishment!
What? You can't just...
Do you mean to say you'll execute one of us?
And I get to decide who's gonna have to suck it down! Makoto, you're up!
Me?
Yeah, you've been acting up, causing all kinds of trouble. I hate you!
So let me make this clear. Everyone has two choices in front of them. If a single person votes for Hope to be punished, then only Makoto will receive a harsh punishment, and the rest of you will live here in peace.
If, on the other hand, you desire to see us punished, then you must all leave this place.
I will force you out, ensuring you all die horrible deaths in the outside world.
What I'm saying is, if you sacrifice Makoto, the rest of you will get to live out your lives.
What? Has your resolve softened? Have you lost confidence? Don't you have faith in your friend?
Nope, not here.
No! That's not it!
It's okay. You're right to be afraid. It would seem all of those around you have realized the futility of going against me.
Guys?
It's so beautiful. Your lovely faces erode.
Besides, Yoko, you could never betray your father, could you?
What?
I mean, the headmaster's only wish was that all of you would survive, right? That's why he tried to trap you all here after all. The least you can do is try to honor your dead father's wishes.
Kyoko!
One person's despair is enough to seal your fate. Isn't that just the most hopeless outcome ever?
So, who do you think's gonna give in? Whose despair is gonna sign your death warrant?
No one. Nobody's gonna give in to despair! We're not gonna lose to you!
So boring. Stubborn till the very end, huh? Well, that's fine. Then let's just hurry up and get it. It's time for the final vote. Everything will come to an end.
And your stupid life.
We won't give up! As long as there's hope, we'll never give up!
If I were to die, that would be the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
Don't lose hope now!
All my fortune-telling senses are telling me not to leave this place. But to live means moving forward, right? So even if it's hard, even if we're scared, we don't have any choice, do we? I want to keep on living. I want to open the next door. There must be something new waiting for me. So that's why. No matter what, I need to get out of here. The whole fortune-telling thing doesn't matter anymore. What matters is my own gut feelings.
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
I've decided to have faith in myself.
By the way, the air outside is totally polluted, you know. The only reason we're okay in here is thanks to the air purifiers in the physics lab.
Don't lose hope now!
I've been thinking about all this. And I was thinking, at a time like this, you only get stronger by taking it. That sounds like something she'd say, right? No. I think that's definitely what she'd say. Which is why Yeah! I've made up my mind!
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end of it. I've decided to head far away. The air outside, the only
Reason we're okay
and this thanks to the air purifier. Say whatever you want.
I've made my. If I die,
The purifiers will in other words.
as soon as I die, the communal life you've all been living will come to an end.
Meh.
Don't lose hope now.
I don't care either way. I'm fine with whichever one is more interesting. Actually, I may not look like it, but I always hated school. Hell, no matter how I look, still hate it. Oh, but no matter what, Master has to come along with us.
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end of it. I've decided to head far away. The air outside is the only reason we're okay thanks to the air purifier. Say whatever you want.
If I die,
The purifier, in other words, as the communal life you've all been living, I can keep on living.
all of you will have to leave. You'll have to go into the world outside.
We're only
Death.
Oh no!
So, what do you just die?
I messed up.
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end of it. I've decided to head far away. The air outside, the only reason we're okay is thanks to the air purifier. Say whatever you want. If I die, the pure, in other words, as the
Communal life.
you've all been living, I can keep on living. As long as I
All of you will have
To leave.
You'll have to go into the world
World outside.
We're only
Don't lose hope now.
What's the matter? You're not actually trying to encourage me, are you? Ridiculous. It never even crossed my mind that I might give in to despair. But don't misunderstand me. I couldn't care in the slightest what happens to you. I just have to keep my word. I swore I would end the life of the Mastermind. Besides, the Togami family isn't dead, because I'm still alive. So until I can restore the Togami family and bring it greater glory than it's ever known,
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll
One more
never
this.
give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end of
I've decided to have faith in
myself.
By the way,
The air outside is totally
the only reason we're okay
okay in here is thanks to the air purifier. Say whatever you want. If I die, the pure, in other words, as the communal life
you've all been living will come to an
I can keep on living. As long as all of you will have
to leave.
You'll have to go into the world outside.
Side.
We're only I already said I would claim
the Mastermind's life.
So, will you just die?
I is
Don't lose hope now.
I didn't really know my father, so I can't pretend to know what he was thinking. But even if we're just connected by blood, there's one thing I am sure of. He would never want us to abandon Makoto and choose to stay here. I can't explain why exactly. But if I'm sure of anything, I'm sure of that. Just because we don't actually know anything. Does that mean we can't understand? Could it be that... No, never mind. So, Makoto, I don't think you wound up at this school because you had good luck or bad luck. I think you came here for a different reason entirely. You came here to bring down the ultimate despair. You came here to confront despair without ever giving up. And if that's true, I think we could call you the ultimate hope. What do you think?
What the hell are you? So uncool. Your stupid faces, the stupid things you've said, the stupid way you all treat each other. It's all so uncool, so unhip.
Ultimate hole pipe.
Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up! Lame, 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 lame!
Might kind of delete anything, hopefully. Let's kill I think I'll have to have a bullet round with her. Yeah, moment of truth. I hate this part.
You suck! So uncool! You dare to stand against us?
Hope is a joke. Who are you? Your idiocy ends here.
You're gross. Suffer from despair.
I just love despair!
You suck. So uncool.
You're unbearable!
Hope is a joke. Who are you?
Would you like to die?
You're gross. Suffer from despair. Everything is pointless!
Despair and
hope keeps on going.
Bam. That's it. Game
I
over.
refuse to give up. I refuse to get bored. I refuse to throw it all away. I refuse to despair. Because all I have going for me is the desire to keep moving forward.
What's going on? What's happening?
Flash, drop, results. Boom, bam, bam. Ooh, I gotta be there. Be there. I think I still got an A. Bam, A. Game, match, set.
It looks like we've reached the end. I think it may be time to vote.
We just gotta pull the lever, right?
Good. I'm ready to go.
Let's put an end to these trials. Put an end to the killing with our own hands.
Voting time. Guilty as charged. Yuko Yukami.
The hell?
Indeed.
You lost, Yuko.
I lost?
Yeah, you lost. Me? No way.
Well, that's
I
just...
You still don't accept it. Even the ultimate despair herself is vulnerable to the onslaught of despair, it would seem.
What the heck?
There's no use of trying to fight it now.
Well, that's just...
Well, that's just...
totally the best!
Huh?
So this is despair.
We came to this school 2 years ago, creating our incredible detailed plan. I even killed my own sister for it.
And now
I... come too far and fail at the very end.
True
The
despair.
most ultimate despair. What are you talking about?
And now
Don't you see? I was so hopelessly desperate. I was bored of the world the moment I was born. That's why I was been looking forward to this so desperately. This once-in-a-lifetime experience. My first and last colossal despair. And you're here at the moment of death. To have a chance to taste the highest grade of despair, the utter failure of my dreams.
True despair.
I'm hopelessly happy right now.
Huh?
Wait, is she enjoying it?
Anyway.
Anyway, are you prepared to admit defeat? You think I care whether I win or lose? Either way, it doesn't change a thing.
Totally
Outside
the
is only
best!
despair, inside is only despair. No matter where you go, despair awaits you. That's not true.
Not
You're
possible.
wrong. Huh?
Don't make me repeat myself.
Let me tell you this right now. We no longer fear despair.
Okay.
Because we decided to enter the world of somewhere with hope. Yeah, Makoto's total seducers over to his side. Everyone?
Hey.
He said despair is as contagious as any disease.
However.
But the same is true of hope. All you have to do is look at us to see how true that is, Kyoko.
No.
Stop it. I hate those faces you're making. You see those awful looking cars mean nothing but pain.
There's one
Fine,
last
let
thing.
me just say one last thing. You guys want to get all hung up on this word hope? Ain't no skin off my nose. But just be warned, from this point on, one despair after another will stand in your way. No matter where you run, no matter where you hide. Maybe you'll find some hope, but there's a very fine line divided that hope and that bitter despair. Knowing that, you still plan to cling up to your hope? Of course, because we...
It's fine, it's fine.
Okay. I just go up and kill you.
It can't.
Die.
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! How many times do I have to tell you? Don't get in my way!
It's punishment time.
So this is how the despair of death feels. It's so wonderful! Even a tenth of this despair, even 100th. I want every last soul on this planet. I want the entire world to die with that despair in its mouth. Okay, let's do this. Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
Congratulations. Tuco has been found guilty. Time for the punishment. The ultimate punishment. The 1,000 blows. The there. Well, that's how everything came to an end. The final class trial. Junko and Usami, the ultimate despair. Life at Hope's Peak Academy. It was all over. Chapter 6. The ultimate pain, the ultimate suffering, the ultimate despair, the ultimate execution, and ultimate death. The end. Good item. Now loading. But even after saying it was all over, it's not like the building exploded or collapsing in on itself or anything. That wasn't the kind of ending waiting for us. Nothing changed. Well, with one exception. The air purifier turned off. Just like Junko said. They shut off immediately. That was the only difference. Goodbye, despair.
Danganronpa.
We left the courtroom and made our way to the main hall. We stood in front of the door and nobody made a sound. I felt almost absent-minded. This was our epilogue before the final ending. We were stuck there in limbo, unmoving, unsure. But in the end,
hey,
we can't just stand around like this forever. At some point, we need to leave. To nobody's surprise, it was Kyoko who broke the silence.
Makoto.
Makoto, will you do the honors? Okay. As if awakened by Kyoko's word, I took out the object we'd gotten. Up until that moment of her death, it had belonged to Junko. And in the end, she dropped it before us.
So,
But is that really it? Is that really the key to this door?
Indeed.
You don't have them to read into what she said too much to find the answer.
If, on the other hand, you...
I will force you out, ensuring you all die horrible deaths in the outside world.
In other words,
I will force you out. She said that just before dropping that. Makes sense that it would be our way out of here.
But
you never know. Maybe it's actually a switch that's going to make the school self-destruct. I mean, Junko never really specified that she'll let us leave here alive.
it's true.
You may be right about that. Maybe.
Yes.
But even so, it's possible to think we wouldn't take our chances with it. Yeah, I guess it's true. There's nothing to worry about.
My beautiful
Something
scissors!
ever happen to Master, I'll take my scissors and jab them far up. Achoo! Where's the courtroom? Where's the mastermind? It's all over. We're just about to leave the school. What, leave? We can go outside? And then me and Master can get married? And then he'll give me a little jewel of a baby?
That's enough.
Please stop. That would be a great horror than anything I can encounter so far.
Anyway,
Don't worry, I have no doubt that we'll be leaving here without a problem.
But...
If happens after we get out, that's what I'm worried about. In the end, I think part of me still thinks.
For
If we
serious?
can get out of here, we'll see that everything she said about the world was a lie. At the other side of this door, the world is peaceful as we remember it. A lie, peaceful as we remember. But no matter what it looks like, it's still our world. It's where we meant to live. Yeah, I guess so. And how do I put this? Unlike the school, the world is really big, right? And since it's so big, I'm sure there must be some despair no matter what. And that's also has to be lots of hope, right?
in other words,
Acting and searching for hope is trying to find it. That by itself is the true meaning of hope. As long as you have that hope, you can keep moving forward no matter what trouble you have fallen into.
am I wrong?
Is that what you meant, Makoto? Yeah, that's pretty much the gist of it. I don't need any of you to spell that out for me. You know, Junko mentioned that there were still others out there who haven't cast away hope just yet. Maybe I should find them and make them work for me. To rebuild the world, we must first rebuild the Kami dynasty. I'll go with you and follow you anywhere you want me to go.
You got it!
Yeah, my first stop is going to be the closest donut shop. I can figure out the rest from there.
Hey.
And what are you going to do if there's no more donuts shopped up or donuts?
Okay.
I'll just have to find some flour and make it myself. And if there's no flour, I'll grow some wheat. I get it now. If there's no road, you'll have to build one. Creation, fate is telling me to remake the world.
Could it be?
That's my hope.
How about that?
I'll reach the next stage, the next chapter of Hiru, whatever his name.
Whoa!
You know, you totally open my eyes. Hey, personnel space, buddy. You're seriously creeping me out.
Makoto.
Come on, Makoto. Even everyone outside the world is gone. Even the world is steep into despair. As long as I have people like you around, I can face forward and keep moving. We can get out of there and do something and have some sort of impact. But can we do this? There are so few of us and we're so small. So can we do this? No, we can probably do anything. Yeah, we can do anything.
Well, I guess this is goodbye. But hey, if we gotta say goodbye, we may as well do it with a smile on our face.
Hey guys! You guys want your fortunes told anywhere, anytime. You just let me know. I'll be there.
You know how much I hate being annoyed, but if something does come up, you may as well let me know. I can't guarantee I'll actually bother listening, but, you know.
I don't know why, but I have a burning desire to start writing. I might be able to pull it off. A story about Master and me, and the others, I guess.
I can't say I'm sorry about what happened, but still. It does feel kind of strange.
I really don't know what to say. I guess we graduated?
Fan fiction. She writes romance novels. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of the story. So, we'll be streaming tomorrow about 9 o'clock. It should be about 9 o'clock tomorrow. We'll be playing Danganronpa 2, Island Paradise. I believe that's what it's called. If I remember right. Thank y'all for enjoying the stream, and thank you for being here tonight and everything. It's a long night, yes I know. But like how we're going to end this stream tonight, we're going to end it like we always do. Be a gamer and play the game.